to put the mic on, or you want to use this? Okay, so that way he can check mic check.
Oh, okay. Is this just on the belt or something? Yeah, I just want to make sure you don't have any questions, but it should, all the levels.
Yeah, this one. Testing, can you hear me? Yes, all right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no, wherever's most comfortable. Should I do mic check? Double check, but
Yeah, I'm just going to use the level one, I guess.
check, check. Hello? Check 1, 2, cash or check.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I know it's early, and we're actually earlier than everybody else, but that's cool because that means we have more content, and you're going to get more out of this section than probably everybody's sections. I'm just kidding. Anyways, if you were not here yesterday and you know you don't know who we are, my name is Marco Palacios. I'm the president and co-founder of Pacific Hackers, and I have next to me my COO, Jen Winters. And right now you're gonna find out who we are, what we do, and what we're here. So first of all, I wanna thank SCaLE for inviting us. This is our first appearance in the South Cal area, and we're very honored. And also I wanna thank Andy because, up until last night, we were blaming everything to Andy, but then after the success, yesterday's success, he said, "Oh, I'll take the blame." So yeah, thank you, Andy, for organizing this and everything and being part of the team. So with that, I always like to pass the next slide to Jen because she can say things better than me. So go ahead, Jen.
All right, so we are, can everybody hear me if I just yell? Yeah, back of the room?
Yeah, but they're recording.
Okay. Oh, they're recording, that's right. Okay, so in this community, some of these things go without having to be said, but respect each other. Respect the fact that we're dealing with highly confidential information at times. Respect the fact that we are now considered first responders in the cyber industry. We may not always see the blood, but we see everything. So respect each other. Regardless, leave your logos and your bullshit and your assholes at the door. This is a community, and we're very adamant about that. So the rest you can read, we can all read, but that's the summary of that.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I just want to add something to that. You know, we're living very difficult times right now. And yeah, there's freedom of speech, but now it looks like, whatever we said, people can take it the other way. So just be respectful of everybody's, backgrounds, opinions, and everything, okay? So with that, let me introduce Pacific Hackers. So we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We're starting with a mission of, helping veterans and underrepresented communities, but then we shift to fixing some of the issues in the cybersecurity field, which is diversity, one of them, or many of them, but one of them is diversity. We want more women in the field, more people of color. We want to fix the education system. I know there's many cybersecurity programs out there, but the truth is, once the students graduate, they're not really ready to go into the workforce, right? So they have to come back to Pacific Hackers or any other organizations to actually learn what they need to do in order to perform. And the HR system, I mean, we're still seeing junior analyst positions requiring a CISSP. And you know that in order to get a CISSP, you need 5 years of experience. So again, with all those things, I mean, the industry doesn't know what they want. They want unicorns, and I always say unicorns do exist, but they're expensive. And now companies, they don't want to pay, and they don't know what they want, and all that. So when they come, members come to Pacific Hackers, basically, you're basically looking, if you look around you, you're looking at your potential next colleague, mentor, and that's exactly how Pacific Hackers started, helping people around and stuff. We have a small but mighty team, and obviously not everybody's here because, we cannot have everybody here, unfortunately, but I wish. But I do have Jen. We have Max. He's going to speak today. He's the lead CTF coordinator. Alevsky, he gave a workshop last night on attacking and defending Kubernetes. He's also part of Pacific Hackers. In fact, those two, I always like, too bad they're not here because I'm shouting out for them. Those are two of our success stories. They just came just looking for a community. And once they did, they start presenting. Eventually, we pushed them to, to start doing talks at B-sides. And last year, they represent Pacific Hackers at RSA. And again, and Black Hat, yes. So again, those are one of the success stories. And now they're giving back to the community by, Alevsky being in charge of infrastructure and Max being in charge of CTF. Speaking of CTF, so there is was a miscommunication on the CTF part. And if you see the signs over there where it says the SCaLE capture a flag is tomorrow, and we are named there, well, that's because there's actually going to be two CTFs. We were going to provide the easy ones, I guess, where the other section we're going to do more like advanced. However, if you notice on the time, it says 12 to 3. Well, not sure if you, and that's tomorrow. Well, I don't know how many people play CTFs, but 3 hours is not enough. So what we're doing for you guys only, and we're going to be announcing it every single time we're on breaks, the CTF is going to be available for you, okay? So if you want to play tonight or today, we're going to be running it until the closing ceremony, which is somewhere 6 o'clock. So with that, we'll remind you, but it's going to start at 10. And yeah. Now, I'm going to pass it on to Jen because she always talks about our awesome badge. If you haven't seen it, it's this one right here. And I'll pass it on to you.
So there's a lot of thought that went into this badge. There's a lot of thought that goes into everything that we do. And so I'm just going to explain it. So the badge itself, I'm all about alone we're all strong, together we are unstoppable. And that is in everything. This is a community, not a single one of us can do it by ourselves. Whether you're hardware, software, whether you're AppSec, security, whether you're endpoint, whatever it is, we all need each other, not just in our day jobs, but in life. So alone we're all strong, together we're unstoppable. In order to light up the outside, you have to meet somebody new and connect with them. And there's a magnet that will make that happen. The bear itself is in order to light it up, you have to complete the CTF. But the bear was chosen, one, because Pacific, right? Pacific bears. But two, who do you never mess with? A bear. The purple team was specifically chosen as the headphones because we have to be the ones to take out the noise. We start with the green at the bottom because everybody's got to start somewhere. And it's going to take every one of us to help hold the hands to start climbing the mountain. Once we start climbing the mountain, we get into the gray hats. And we have to be the ones to see the trees through the forest. And we keep climbing up, and we get up to the top of the mountain. We have the white hats. We have the unity, because all are accepted. We have the bow for the ladies. May we get many more. We have the red and the black hats. And then there's a specific reason that the glasses are not all black, like most people's sunglasses are, because we have to be the vision between the darkness. And that is the meaning behind the badge.
So yeah, so we have low count quantities because people are actually enjoying our badge. So I think we have 2 or 3 left. But also the purpose of this badge is not just a blinking thing. It's a reusable badge. So every time we do CTFs, if you want to, let's say that you are tied with a person who doesn't have a badge, but you have the badge, you can answer this and put it in the CTF, and then gives you, what's the word I'm looking for?
It gives you
Bonus points, yes. So that. We also have other merch. We just started doing sweatshirts, and that actually been successful. We haven't done sweatshirts before, but yeah, here we have our model showing the sweatshirts. We have, again, low quantity, but we do it made to order, and we have different swag from the different conferences we have. Also, we partnered up with a, well, I'll let you talk about this, because they actually had a webinar where they talk about the issues, the mental issues in the industry.
So we all know what we deal with, and a lot of times, because we're all introverts, we don't share. So we've teamed up with a mental health expert that specifically covers cyber. And again, like I said, we are now considered first responders. We deal with stuff that not everybody understands, whether it's that you never get a sleep because you're always at that first call that somebody makes, or that a government has to deal with, or that you just want to do your job and do it really well. And the expectations, because of the lower workforce, you're expected to do more for less amount of times. We all have the same 86,400 seconds in a day. We get to choose what we do with them and how we spend them. And so we've teamed up, so we're going to be doing quarterly webinars. But with that being said, if you scan, if you go to this and let her know, Pacific Hackers, she will totally take care of you. And the free consultations, talking. You can also always reach out to us as well. But it's something that, it's the elephant in the room nobody wants to address. So let's address it.
All right, and as always, we like to thank our sponsors for helping make this come true. So SCaLE for inviting us and providing us the venue, and Codem and Healer for stepping up, and they didn't know what they were getting into. To be honest, hopefully we can get more next time. But thank you, Codem, thank you, Healer, and if you want to get in touch in everything we do, we have the business cards on the table, but join our meetup page. As we're coming down to the SouthCal area and other places, we're going to start continue using Meetup, and we're just going to be putting the different cities we're going to be doing meetups at. Discord, that's where our community is. Okay. So we're starting small, but we're growing. YouTube, we've been recording since the pandemic. So we have all the conference videos, the webinar, the all the meetups that we have, and we have Hack Debate coming up in April 28th between BSI's San Francisco and RSA, and Pacific Hackers Conference on November 1st in this coming up. So with that, and one more thing, if you're taking pictures, please share them. We want to see, from your own camera's eyes, what are you capturing? So we would like to do that. Yeah, exactly. And I just want to thank you again, everybody, for coming up today and supporting us. I mean, this came up out of nowhere. and we're just doing what we're good at, and this is it, putting a good show, having something that you're going to take away. We know you're going to take away something and even apply it to your workplace. So with that, I'll introduce really quick Codem, so you can hear more about what they do, and then we'll introduce the keynote speaker. So Codem, go ahead.
Thanks, Marco. Everybody, a round of applause for this guy for setting this up. So we're really appreciative to be sponsors here. I'll keep it really brief. We have a table right outside. We're an application security company. We focus on helping organizations identify and prioritize relevant and exploitable vulnerabilities. One of the folks we have here today is Roy Talio, who is part of NSO's team that helped build Pegasus. So we have like the world's best researchers and hackers that have worked on this solution. Really cool technology. Two other quick things I'll announce as well. So for one, if you guys come by, we have some fun LED light up cubes with little controls you can play with and have fun with. We're also collecting contact information for those interested in scheduling a demo. So if you're looking for an AppSec tool, if you schedule a demo, if you accept the calendar invite, we're going to enter you into a raffle for some AirPods. So just wanted to keep it really brief and thank Marco and the rest of the team here again for allowing us to be sponsors. Thanks, guys.
All right, and now let me introduce Anthony, who, again, out of the blue, we say, we're looking for a keynote, and he raised his hand and said, I'll do it. It's like, great, awesome, so we got a keynote. So thank you, Anthony, for joining us today and waking up earlier than everybody to do this. So come on over. Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
So in the meanwhile, to properly introduce Anthony, Anthony Scheller is a seasoned cybersecurity professional, decades-long record of success. His journey began in PwC, where he specialized in offensive security, assisting Fortune 500 companies and fortifying their defense against cyber threats through penetration testing. Transitioning into technology sector, Anthony assumed leadership roles and both technical and strategic in security engineering industry-leading companies including Hulu, Flexport, Twilio. He currently holds a position of head of security engineer at StubHub, where he focuses on maturing the security at all layers of the stack. So please welcome Anthony Scheller.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Cool. So yeah, my name is Anthony Scheller. Today we'll be talking about kind of my journey from IC to manager and then doing it all over again. So kind of how to find your place in security and kind of, I know it's a hot topic right now as far as whether you want to be an IC or go into managerial leadership. So hopefully this will kind of give some insight and hopefully help at least one person out. First, we'll go into a little bit of the agenda today, what I have in store. I'll talk a little bit of background on myself, kind of why I'm here. Then we'll talk about the one-way myth, right? We'll discuss some of the misconceptions, right, regarding career trajectories in security, as well as just, I would say, any sort of technical field where you have a split between, individuals who are engineers or technical professionals versus the managerial leadership side of things. Then after that, we'll go into kind of what it was like to move back to IC post the managerial leadership, side of things. And then we'll talk about the flip side of that, of going and becoming a leader again, and how what were some of the lessons learned during that period of transition. And then during my time at StubHub so far, right, responsibilities have changed quite a bit. Going from manager of a single team, single function, to back to an IC in technical leadership, and then from there, having a lot more responsibility of multiple domains. And kind of during that time, I had some time to reflect and kind of be able to understand kind of and distill what the dilemma is right between that question of being individual contributor versus being in leadership and kind of what that looks like. Then we'll kind of close things down. Probably the most interesting part, I would say, for you guys is the lessons learned that I've had so far, so you guys don't have to. And then we'll finish off with some closing remarks. And actually one thing I did want to call out, because I thought it was funny, in case for anybody who has noticed. I needed some help doing artwork, so I had ChatGPT take care of this, and as you can see, we saw the lovely hallucinations there with the individual contributor versus leadership. Thought that was funny. Decided to keep it. Who am I, right? So as I said, my name is Anthony Scheller, born and raised in Northern California, so like San Jose area. Been interested in technology and science throughout my entire life. Started programming in high school. Funny story is me and my buddies who I had met in high school, they were also into technology, and we didn't know anything at that time as far as programming goes, so we'd literally just hang out with each other in the same room and just read Stack Overflow. That's about it. That was the extent of our hangout sessions. Then after that, I came down to Southern California for undergrad. I went to Cal Poly Pomona, studied CIS, which is a mixture between computer science and business, kind of in the middle. I don't know if we have anybody from Cal Poly Pomona here, but awesome. So I went back into industry after I graduated. And then ended up going back to school to get my master's at Berkeley, studying cybersecurity specifically. Then outside of all that, I love anything fast with a motor, so cars, motorcycles, side-by-sides, anything that could probably get you hurt. I'm probably interested in it. Also love cycling, right? Allows me to have some semblance of cardiovascular, abilities. So, and then right now I currently lead security engineering at StepHub. Just to hop right in, right? So, oftentimes I've heard this, right? And I thought it as well myself at the beginning of my career, like, if I want to make a real impact, I need to get into managerial leadership, right? That's where all the decisions are made. Definitely is a little bit more nuanced than that. We'll discuss some of the details there in a little bit. So, starting off with the one-way myth versus reality. Right? Let's take a little survey of kind of some of these myths and the actual realities. So over on the left here, right, I have it broken out by myth and then the associated reality on the right-hand side. So, the concept of having a linear trajectory, right, from IC to managerial leadership is probably, I'd say, one of the bigger myths, right? So say you're, a junior IC and you're working your way up to senior or staff, depending on your organization, and then that's generally speaking where the kind of paths diverge between going down the managerial leadership track versus the individual contributor track, and you make that switch, and then you work your way up through the managerial leadership ranks, and you never think about it again, right? That's just kind of like the career, and I would say that's probably the most common misconception there is that it's linear, right? And so the reality is it's common, right? I think we all know that, but it's definitely not necessary or required. And as you'll see in a little bit, like I definitely took quite a bit of a winding road there for various reasons, and so we'll get into kind of that journey a little bit. And the next one, right, is once a manager, right, it's impossible to return to IC at the same leveling, right? So what I mean by that is, let's say you're going down the managerial leadership track, and you get to like senior manager, director. You're making good money, and you've become accustomed to that life cycle, and you're like, but wait, that doesn't exactly make me super happy anymore. I want to go back to being an IC. Is that possible? And so that's definitely a little bit, again, more nuanced, right? Depending on the positions that you're choosing to go back to from an individual contributor perspective. But I think the reality here, right, is that whatever effort and time you put into keeping your complementary, skill set and hone that complementary skill set is what you're going to get out of it, right? So you can have a little bit more lateral movement there. But it's definitely, again, not required. And if you keep technical, you can definitely go back onto the other side of the track, which again I've done. So, last item here, right? For the myths is that moving from managerial leadership to IC can be looked at as a demotion by future employers. Now, I personally have never thought this, but after talking to some colleagues and some other leaders talking about, some people that they know, turns out this was actually a lot more prevalent than I had thought. So like in this case, right, let's say, you're going to like a senior manager role and then you go back to like a senior engineer, right? Will that look negatively, right, upon, your career trajectory? Does it cause more questions than answers during like your interview process and stuff like that? And so the only thing I would say there is the reality is like, if you get a sense of that, if you're, at your existing organization or if you're interviewing around and, you get the sense that, the interview panels, right, are starting to ask you like questions about that, maybe it's not even necessarily worth entertaining that organization to begin with, right? Because that kind of is indicative of their internal culture there. So, but with that said, we'll go into a little bit of my career trajectory here and kind of, show some of the ways that I moved back and forth and what are some of the lessons learned there. So, anyways, I kind of, like I think I mentioned earlier, went to school in Southern California. During that time, right, I was looking for internships, right, during the summers. Needed a way to pay for school. Didn't know that I was actually interested in security at all. Just thought I was actually just happy to be there, happy to be, potentially going into some sort of, technology-related industry. Thought I was going to be, actually ended up in software engineering, but like I said, needed to pay for school, so I was looking for internships that paid. Pay for the next 2 years and stuff like that. So of the internships that I got offered, there was I think like 2 that were paid, and one of them was paying more than the other, which happened to be security focused. So naturally at that point, I took that, and so ended up interning there for 2 summers, starting at PwC for about 2 summers. Ended up starting full time after that. And it was a great experience, right? At least for having like a introduction to that, to like full-time employment basically. I worked on like security controls assessments and offensive security kind of stuff, but given that I already had like a desire for building rather than breaking, I would say, is I definitely wanted to cut my teeth from an engineering perspective at an IC level, at least at that point in my career. So ended up making the move to Hulu as a junior IC. From there I started, I'd say more of the basic side of things, starting with like some basic automations for our enterprise security kind of function. So things like, if there's a phishing email that has been identified, right, creating some automation that removes it from, all the Office 365 mailboxes so people don't click on stuff. And then also helped Andy, right, back there. We used to work together previously, helped him with automating some of, adding context to the security operations center findings, right, that we had. So, alert would come in and then just, gathering some more context from our other tools to, kind of give a more holistic picture of what that alert was about. But then, after that, just doing more basic stuff like that, ended up getting promoted to a senior engineer. And at this point in time at Hulu, they were very focused on scaling for our live TV efforts, right? And so because we were primarily a data center shop before then, their answer to the scalability issue was going to AWS. And so I knew absolutely nothing about cloud security, but my managerial leadership at the time was like, hey, you should probably figure this out. So ended up, I'd say falling in love again from a career perspective. I think cloud security in general kind of melds the 2 aspects that I personally enjoyed, which was like obviously the security portion, but also like the automation side of things, because everything's API driven. And so from there, ended up, doing, I guess, decently well, and providing a solid function for reducing risk in AWS. And so managerial leadership thought it would be a good idea to start building out a team around the function that I was providing. So at that point, became a tech lead of cloud security, which was a brand new team at that point, and then started moving into the managerial role side of things. And so this is around the time when Disney came in, and there's a lot of like organizational shifts. And at that point, I was, being, let's just say, pushed to go pure play manager and basically take my hands off keyboard from a technical side of things completely. And so, I just felt like I had some unfinished business in the technical realm of things. And so that and a bunch of other, stuff that I probably shouldn't share, specifically related to Disney. It just wasn't the place I wanted to be anymore, right? So decided to move back to an individual contributor role, and after that, where I went to Flexport. So let's take a look at kind of why I went back to IC after being in management. I would say honestly, it's pretty straightforward, right? What I ended up finding is that I had a passion for technology over people and people development, right? So I could get lost in like a technical project. I could be working on it all night, and it was like super fun. Like that's what I wanted to be doing. I didn't want to be doing anything else or hanging out with friends and so on and so forth. And so, but on the flip side of that, right, I noticed that I didn't have the same level of excitement, right, and passion for, creating a strong, team from a managerial leadership side of things, like supporting the my IC's like career growth and mentorship and, analysis of like team operations, right, and trying to make refinements in our intake processes for tickets and planning and all that stuff, all the stuff that is super important, but I just wasn't passionate about it. So frankly, it was taking a quality hit, which obviously is not great. And so the next item here, right, is full disclosure, I got pretty insecure about my technical knowledge, right? So I, knowing I needed to step back a little bit, and also I was getting external pressure to do so, to be a better managerial leader, which I totally agree I needed to, by the way. I was taking my hands off keyboard, getting farther removed from the technical implementation aspects of what my team was doing. And so, when there was technical, issues and, my team had questions, right, I used to be the person to ask. Now I was no longer as close to the technology, and so, I was no longer able to help my team in those particular, ways. And so, given also that I was like, I would say fairly early on in my career at that point, the imposter syndrome quickly set in as far as like, is this just the cap of my technical skill set, right? And like, should I go back to IC, or am I going to be respected as a leader later on if I don't continue to build my technical skill sets? And so that was another reason, right? And then, third item here is like, the perceived decrease in impact as a manager, right? So another thing that ended up happening was, as I started feeling, stepping back and I started feeling insecure about my technical skills, and I'm like, okay, I know how to fix that. I'm just going to start assigning myself some technical tasks, right, during the sprint as like, acting like an IC so that way I can still, get my hands dirty per se. And naturally, as you could probably guess, I over-indexed quite a bit on the fun stuff at that time that I thought was fun. And again, I was kind of back to that square one where, my managerial duties were taking a quality hit, and, at least a quality hit from my perspective. And so not good, and definitely, felt quite displaced, right? Feeling like I was supposed to be in an IC role versus the managerial role. So going back to my timeline here, went to Flexport, right? We just discussed kind of why I decided to part ways with the managerial leadership the first time. Had some fun times at Flexport on the cloud and infrastructure security team. Ended up moving literally across the street in San Francisco, even though I was remote, but the offices were literally across the street, to Twilio, again, working in the cloud security team. Had some great times there as well, built some cool stuff. And then, I had a previous, still a friend, but a previous colleague who's working at StubHub, and he's like, hey, they're trying to build out this, security engineering program from scratch. You should totally come. And I was like, I got a good thing going here at Twilio. Like, I don't really want to do that. It sounds like a lot of work. And so, but I got sold, long story short, and I'm still in that position right now. So, why did I go back to management, right? And so this is, I think one of the slides that kind of sets the stage for when kind of you're ready to go back into the managerial leadership area, or if you're ready at all. And so like, I realized that I was, being the decision maker, right? So, being a senior plus IC, depending on the organizational structure, right? You should have quite a bit of impact on, the organizational like OKRs, right? For like if you're on security, right? For security. But ultimately, you're not the decision maker, right? You can make your pitch and you can give all the reasons why that you think that an OKR should be different. We should be focusing on a different risk factor here. But ultimately, right, that decision does not lie with you, right? That's your managerial leadership's job. And of course, right, looking back, like if, managerial leadership, in my opinion, is doing a good job, then like, they should obviously hear everybody out and, make very concerted efforts to kind of bring in those other educated opinions. But again, right, it's ultimately not, that decision is no longer yours to make. And, that no longer sat well with me, frankly, as far as, being a senior plus IC, I felt like I had, strong opinions on how things should be done. Doesn't necessarily mean it was wrong, right? But it's just like, from a personal perspective, it was hard to get behind that. And so next, right, which I think it kind of dovetails into the first item here, but like struggled to kind of subscribe to leadership's vision. Kind of to reiterate, right, like, senior engineers or senior plus engineers, right, you've been around the block a few times, kind of some things, even from a managerial or process perspective, that works or doesn't. And so, you have strong opinions. And so, and it's not to say that like a current vision, at least in my time here, was wrong or incorrect, right? It's just that we had, differences of opinions, right? And of course, you share, right, your reasons for having those differences of opinions, but ultimately, in order to have a good team, right, even if you disagree, you need to commit and do your job, which I did, but, internally, like I felt like there could be some, differences for the better there. And then lastly here, right, kind of expanded my knowledge, my technical knowledge, and gained a little bit greater confidence in my technical skills. So like we talked about earlier, right, I was, started being insecure about my technical capabilities, went back to IC, got to do a lot of the things on the bucket list, right, that I had from a technical perspective. So like, diving into Kubernetes security and, building security tools for like public consumption, maybe even giving a few talks, on security stuff. That's all the stuff that I wanted to do as an IC that I didn't get a chance to do up until this point. But, before I took StubHub, it was very much of like, I kind of felt pretty okay, right, with my technical skills. Of course, there's always more to learn, but as far as like the insecurity aspect is kind of like, well, good enough kind of thing. And so, yeah. So, let's take a look now at the, sorry, I went too far. So what I ended up finding, right, after I had some time to kind of reflect after going to StubHub, was that I think in reality what I really wanted was just the ability to make the greatest impact possible at the organization I was at. And so that's why it kind of fluctuated back and forth. So, if I was in the IC role, I felt like I had some opinions that, in my opinion, was going to be, it was going to help the organization quite a bit. And then when I was in a managerial side of things, right, the flip side happened, right? It's like, I should get back on keyboard because I feel like I would have more of an impact there. But that kind of brings us to this IC versus, leadership kind of dilemma. And again, this was like, I distilled this after actually having a second to breathe and reflect on, my current journey so far. But kind of the main things that, I've kind of come up with, right, is that, ICs move to leadership for a couple different reasons, right? One of which is, desire for greater influence, right? You want to be able to, if you're a diligent like security practitioner, you want to secure stuff, right? Like that's your job, and so you want to be able to do that in the most impactful way possible. And so, yeah, I've based off of my experience and talking to some other people, right? It seemed like the general theme was that there was definitely a desire to have a greater influence. The next, right, differing perspectives on vision, right, as we kind of touched on earlier, right, you have to get your job done under the leadership that you have, but, you may not always agree, right, and so you kind of want to do it yourself. And there's that other notion, too, of like, career growth, promotion, compensation, right, that can tend to look, sometimes look better, right, on the managerial leadership side, which we know is definitely not always the case. But on the flip side of that, right, when ICs do move to leadership, right, leadership isn't always what is expected, right? I mean, I think generally speaking, those in the security industry do know that, like, if you're an individual contributor as an engineer and you go to a leadership role, chances are you have other responsibilities, and so you're going to be doing less technical work, right? And so I feel like that was a pretty eye-opening experience. Like, there's one thing to kind of know, and there's a different, or one thing to understand and a different thing to know, right, through experiencing it. And so, after that, there's, more meetings, more bureaucracy, people challenges, right? And so if you're not passionate about that, then it's just going to be, again, that you're back into that same place. And the next item here, right, is that, as an engineer, your success is going to be measured, or your performance is going to be measured on how good your technical output is, right? So did you write some code that like eliminated full classes of vulnerabilities across the organization, or an architecture, right, that completely gets rid of those classes of vulnerabilities outside of your in your organization? But as a leader, right, your success is now measured by your team's outcomes, and it's harder to get immediate feedback on that, right? So if you make a process change, or you reorganize, right, your organization, right, you might not be able to see the actual true effects of that until months down the line, right? You got to let it give it time to like brew and grow. You might not know, right, if that was a good decision until later on. So just something to note of there. And so here's, kind of where we get into, I'd say, the takeaways of my journey so far is, one of the reasons I wanted to do this particular section is to kind of, hopefully put some people at ease as far as like feeling like they're in, the security role displacement, right? They kind of are experiencing like a similar, I wouldn't say issue, but similar situation that I experienced earlier as far as feeling like you should be in the other role. So first item here is, I'd say feel your passion, right? So as humans, right, we're going to do the best work if we're passionate about what we're doing. And if we're not doing what we love to do, then you're just going to see a quality hit, right? It's pretty simple as that. I mean, sure, in comparison to your peers, it still might be good, but like, yourself and your outputs, you're not going to be as happy. You're going to be less excited about what you're working on. And so next item here, right, is define your ultimate goal and then working backwards, right? So, if you're doing what you love and, everything's good, but you eventually want to make it to, a different side of the track. So an example of this would be, you're senior IC or even a junior IC, and you want to keep on doing IC work and being technical, and you want to keep on going up to that track, but you want to eventually move over to the managerial leadership side of things. Personally, I would treat it like a project, right? You want to define your end milestone, define your end goal, your problem statement, if you will. And then you'll define, right, the requirements of that. So what do I need to do to get to that CISO role or that VP of security, or, on the other side, even distinguished engineer, on the other side of the track, and then you work backward from that. It's like, what do you have to do what milestones do you have to achieve in order to get there? So at least and I feel like for people with our brains in the, security community, at least, and on the technical side, right, having a systematic approach to approaching a problem can sometimes be helpful. And so just some thoughts there. And lastly, right, reassess often, right? So, you might have, defined your end goal, right? And you're executing on those intermediate milestones in order to get to your goal from a career perspective. But what happens if that no longer works for you anymore, right? So make sure that you allow yourself to reassess and don't hold yourself to that ultimate goal if it's not what you want to achieve anymore, right? So basically keep yourself agile and pivot. And then if you're completely unsure, just repeat the winding path and just know that it will be okay, right? There's no one way to do this. In order to do that though, right, to keep your options open, I think it's really important to kind of continually learn and hone your skills for the complementary skill set, right? So if you're an IC, and you eventually want to keep your options open to move over into the managerial leadership side of things, right? Sharpen your business logic, right? Maybe do some public speaking. Maybe, spend time trying to figure out how to simplify really technical security issues into, verbiage that, maybe not as technical people can understand, because that's going to be very important. Same thing goes with, on the managerial side of things, right? If you want to keep the door open to go back to, the individual contributor side of things, make time and invest in yourself to keep those technical skills sharp, right? If you, again, want that, that agility, right, to go back and forth. And of course, there's definitely a lot of asterisks in here, but I would say just as a summary here. So some hard lessons learned. So First one, if if you're a leader and a managerial leader and you find yourself constantly like prescribing technical implementation details to your team, you're probably not ready to be a good leader, right? Or you don't trust your team enough in order to carry out what needs to be done. And so, and again, I think that just reflects on you as a leader and maybe needing to, build that muscle a little bit more, right, of hiring the right people. So, I have some anecdotes we can get into later on, but I don't think I have time to. But just one of the things that I've learned firsthand. Second item. So this is kind of what I recently learned in my new role at StubHub is like, as a leader, you can't let perfection get in the way of progress, right? As technical people, we're very focused on getting things correct, right, from a security perspective and reducing risk. That perspective changes when you get to be a managerial leader, right? You can't over-index on one specific portion of the stack and making sure that that's completely dialed in and risk-free from a security perspective. If you are getting at least a little bit more secure every day, you're doing a decent job, right? You're coming in, you're making at least a positive impact. And also one person cannot secure an entire organization, so you have to prioritize and execute. Same principle goes with like smaller, leaner teams. Lesson 3 here, get comfortable being uncomfortable. Imposter syndrome doesn't go away, it just changes. So I know for me, originally it was, on the technical side of things, like, am I good enough from a technical side of things in security? Once it seemingly like I got a little bit comfortable in that area and I took on a new role as a managerial leader with more responsibilities, came back completely, right? Just in a different way, right? Like, asking yourself, am I the proper person to be leading this organization? Am I the proper person to be building this organization from scratch? But you got to learn how to deal with that. And the last item here, right, for lessons learned is that if you're not passionate about nurturing your team's performance, you're not the leader that they deserve, right? In my opinion, a good managerial leader is someone that should be focused on mentorship and growing the IC's career goals, whether it's internally or even beyond the organization you're at, right? You're that person that's supposed to be there for them and be on their side. And so, I had firsthand experience on, reflecting back and knowing that I wasn't a great leader, in my opinion, at Hulu. And I've since learned from that quite a bit, and I've changed my perspective quite a bit. And so I think that's super important, I would say over-index on that key point if you're interested in becoming a managerial leader. But yeah, so, some closing remarks. Got the top 3 here. There's no one way to achieve your career goals, right? If you're interested in moving back and forth, keep yourself nimble, hone those complementary skill sets depending on where you are in the different tracks. And then, I guess that was 1 and 2. And then number 3, right, knowing when you're honestly ready to be a leader. And so, right, that's it's a role that has a lot of weight to it, specifically if you have people reporting to you. So make sure that you are ready to give, your individual contributors what they deserve, and making sure that you're ready for that, to take on that different role. But yeah, so I think we're just about at time here, so that's it.
Everybody, thank you. Give it up for Anthony Scheller. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll welcome our next speaker. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, we're about to get started with our second session. Just remember, we're running a CTF, so we're running a little bit late. It's remote, so pacifichackers.com. So sign up. It should start like in the next 10 minutes. So now, securing applications through the lens of through the attacker's lens. Here's Roy Tylov. He's a founding engineer at Codium, a company specializing in application security solutions. Prior to joining Codem, he was a part of the vulnerability research team at NSO Group, where he contributed to the development of the Pegasus spyware with extensive experience in identifying and exploiting software vulnerabilities. Tylosov focuses on enhancing security measures in cloud-native and distributed systems. So please welcome Roy.
Thank you, thank you. Feel like this might make me serious. So, thank you everyone. Very excited to be here with you. We're gonna speak mostly about the experience we had in NSO Group and how we translated those into security. So, a bit about myself and my background. So, I currently work for Codem. It's a cybersecurity company. We focus on code to runtime security. But before that, I was in the NSO Group, part of the iOS team, really focusing on iOS devices, how to crack them, and how to get as many information from them. So maybe before we jump in, why do we think it's important in, you have to mention at least Sun Tzu at least once in a cyber conference, right? So it's mainly to know your enemy, what you can learn from the enemy, what you can learn from the ways, and really like get to know, can put you one step ahead. Okay, so it's one step ahead of your enemy. It's can be a matter of like life or death in cybersecurity, right? So for those here, like, is there anyone not familiar with Pegasus or NSO Group? That's super okay. So for the shy one, perfect, yeah. So NSO Group is a cyber offensive company based in Israel. It's the company behind Pegasus. Pegasus is an offensive tool to crack phones, and it's basically a spyware, okay? It's meant to gather as much information about the client and agent and get it all back to the, our customer. So even though it's a spyware and it cracks phones, we actually had to compete with top security teams. So whether it's Apple, Meta, Google, so I think those lessons are really valuable to all of you, like in your day-to-day and how you go into securing your own product, your own software, your own servers. So when competing with top security teams, I think you can relate, like most of the time security teams are small teams, also offensive teams are small teams, and you just getting overwhelmed. So those can take advantage of to compete with those kind of companies. So let's start with talking about vulnerabilities and SLAs. So this is distribution, the general distribution of vulnerabilities. As you can see, the number might not mean too much. There's tons of vulnerability out there. I think I read a stat earlier this week. It's like 60 new vulnerabilities disclosed each and every day, and those are only the ones disclosed. Now with AI, we have more code, we have more vulnerability, and it's getting over and over again. But the interesting thing to see here is the distribution. Okay, so those are the normal severities, right? And medium and low vulnerabilities, they're about between 60 and 70% of all the vulnerabilities. Okay, and when we, as an attackers, want to leverage a vulnerability, we want a few things from it. So first, we want it to work, right? We want it to be able to exploit the system. But then we also want it to be used as much as we can, okay? Because like every other engineer, we're lazy. We want, when we do something, we want it to work for as long as possible. And that's when SLAs plays a crucial role. So critical and high vulnerabilities usually get a lot of attention and focus from security teams. So critical, you know, some teams it's a week, 2 weeks, some even 48 hours for some severities. High, probably the same. But when we talk about medium and lows, there are organizations that won't bother with them so much because they're overwhelmed with the critical and highs. So those vulnerabilities are gonna stay there much longer than higher severities. And that's only because how security team focus. And the second thing that is interesting that we do it, sometimes it's the same code, sometimes it's the same developers, but we were also able to extend the number of vulnerabilities, specifically also medium and low, for more undisclosed vulnerabilities. So for us, it's also important because eventually those will be patched, right? The maintainers will patch it, they will have new version out, and then again, when the new undisclosed vulnerability will be disclosed, we will have more time. Okay, more time means that we can get faster to market, and faster to market for an attacker is exploit as soon as possible. So the second thing is about security, security tools and what we use. So security tools are usually noisy. They're noisy because they track all those vulnerabilities. There's thousands of them, and they want to make sure you get everything. Okay, so it's common to see like thousands of vulnerability in a system, and I think like when you connect a new tool, you get instant alert fatigue for that reason. And we conducted a survey, and we found that 78% of AppSec team uses more than 5 tools. This creates a bit of a spaghetti, right? Because you have lots of tools, each one has different criticality, different scoring system, and each one wants you to focus on what he's telling you, right? So it can be a bit hard to prioritize in this way. And the last thing is every tool has its own context. So there's the best AppSec tool, the best CSPM, the best you name it, and it focuses on a very specific kind of vulnerability or specific kind of components in your system. Okay, so again, it gives you the score for this specific type of component, but usually it's not just a single component, right? Systems are complex. We need to exploit them. We need a lot of different steps and different vulnerabilities, and that also plays a huge role when trying to identify those different vulnerabilities. So it's a good place to just if you have any question around vulnerabilities or anything like this, super clear. Perfect. So what can we actually do? Okay, what can we do in order to stay safe or stay one step ahead of those hacker teams? So I want to introduce you to the MITRE ATT&CK. It's a great framework. Is anyone familiar with the MITRE ATT&CK? Awesome. Great, about half the people, so it's super great. So the MITRE ATT&CK, it's a framework to help us create a common language and common understanding around those kind of vulnerabilities, hacking, and stuff. It really, you can see here a few examples or all examples of the tactics that hackers do in order to gain some sort of advantage or gain some sort of exploit in your system. Okay, so it can be data exfiltration, persistence, defense evasion, all those things, and all these different tactics are something that we as hackers, we actually try to do, okay? And now when we have all those vulnerabilities and all those findings, we can start thinking of them as tactics, okay? Because the vulnerability itself, it usually, we want to use it for something. So what we try to do is to take those vulnerabilities and chain them together. And you can see here an example of what a chain is and why is it can be so helpful. So you can see it's like 5 different steps in this chain, different tactics. You can see that it has different vulnerabilities in it with different severities. So for example, all these beginning of the chain are critical, but you can see that we also use a medium vulnerability in order to exploit the system. And you can create the full story. Okay, so you can understand what this vulnerability role in the exploit. And using this story can also help you understand what the attacker might do, but it can also help you to explain to your own developers and really give them the right motivation and the right context in order to want to actually resolve the issue fast. So another interesting thing we can see here in this chain is not all the issues are fixable. Okay, only some of them, the first 2 are fixable, but the other 2 are not. So we can also prioritize a bit differently when thinking about it in chains. If you want to effectively break the chain, we can fix any of the fixable issues and provide us some sort of mitigation or some sort of protection against this chain and against this vulnerability. So, any questions? Fantastic. Okay, so when we start thinking about those chains, so we can see that the truth scoring of an issue can change based on the context. So 2 mediums can be chained together and create an actual critical vulnerability, and the other way around. Like we can have 5 critical issues, but they're not part of any chain, so we can maybe postpone it for later, and really prioritize a bit differently. And also it's very effective. Chains are usually 3 or more vulnerabilities, so it's very effective to go chain by chain instead of just taking all the vulnerability as a huge pile of blobs that we just eat through them. Perfect. So the other part of the sentence, which is, I think, less known, is know yourself. So this is one of the biggest advantage that you have on top of the attackers. This is your system, you know it, and you can learn it in depth from obviously the people who developed it, the organization itself, and all the tools you can use. So the first thing you can do is really start to make an inventory list, go through all the different system. It can be container, VMs, really whatever you use, but really understand what you have, what you use, how you use it, and it should contain third parties. Then we can, on top of it, put like the mitigations that we have. We can have different tools, we can have different firewalls, we can have all sorts of different mechanisms to help us protect the system against those kind of vulnerabilities, and those mitigation can be crucial. I can tell you, like, usually mitigation are harder as an attacker. They're super effective, and having mitigation in place really boosts your posture scores tremendously. So the second thing that we can know now, the mitigation, we can understand what kind of vulnerabilities we can save for later. For example, is the vulnerabilities on require networks, public network, all those kind of things. And the last thing is start thinking on the chain. So it's not the specific example of the chain, but taking this into the MITRE framework and just trying to play with it, understand what an attacker would do, how will he approach the system in order to exploit it. So just want to mention a few open source tools that you can use to start, exploring. So there's SteamPipe, which is an awesome ETL, CSPM. You can query your cloud provider and get all the information about what you use in your environment. You also have SIFT, which is a great tool for SCA and SBOM and getting vulnerabilities information. And OpenGrep, which is the open source SemGrep fork that you can use to do some static analysis and really shed light on your source control and system. And obviously, you can take it all and just send it to your favorite AI provider to, play around and get extend stuff. And to make it short, I think the main takeaways are that hackers take whatever you give them. So they don't wait. They just take the first thing that's available on your system, and they're going iterative process. Okay, we have tons of constraint when we work as hackers, and it makes hackers usually creative. So we also think about the system as in an holistic approach. So we don't see it as a, web server, other server which is not exposed to the web. We see your system. We want to exploit the system. We want to gain a specific advantage or to gain or to make a specific advancement in your system. So we take it as an holistic approach, and you should too. You should look at your entire system as a whole instead of one component at a time. And the third thing is chains. Okay, chains are important. As I mentioned, usually you have at least 3 vulnerabilities in a chain. So having only a single one can be a bit misleading, and the criticality and CVSS score is not tailored to your environment, so it can also be very helpful to chain vulnerabilities together in order to gain specific knowledge and understanding about your system. So, yeah, I'll be happy to take any questions. Yeah. Yeah. So just to repeat the question about examples for how critical vulnerabilities or medium vulnerabilities play different roles in a chain, right?
No, I wanted to know, I don't know how to ask this question. Because like a lot of times when I see a critical vulnerability, it's like remote code execution.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously we want to touch that one. But you were suggesting that sometimes a chain of medium vulnerabilities could be somehow more critical than some critical vulnerabilities. Do you have an example of a critical vulnerability that would be important in a chain?
Yeah, so I don't have a specific example for a vulnerability. So obviously sometimes, you have the most critical vulnerability like Log4j that you can, it's only one vulnerability that you can use, but most of the times, even for remote execution and stuff, you still have to get to this specific vulnerability. So you have to build a few steps in the way in order to get to this specific vulnerability that is more critical. Exactly. 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 Yeah. Perfect.
You mentioned a bunch of open source tools.
What's the first one? MISP.
It's just a security intelligence collection tool, and I think it's been surpassed by OpenCPI.
Mhm.
Gets more press. Have you worked with any of these, or is there one you recommend in this space?
So personally, I hadn't worked with those two you mentioned. I think there's tons of open source, good open source, and we also have a few standards like Cyclone DX or SPDX for S-bombs and vulnerabilities, which really help. And it's, you should use whatever is best for your stack. So your languages, your package manager that you use. That's the. Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah. So. Yeah. So about chaining, why not more companies use chaining or can help us build the chains? So, in my opinion, it stems from two different reasons. First one, tools wanna be super focused on a specific niche. So it's narrowing the context, and then what you can build, it's more challenging. For example, if you have endpoint security tools, it will only look on the API endpoints you have, but not on the SBOM of the application or are the server used. So it's harder to build a full elaborate chain when you're very focused on a specific use case. And second, I think it's a bit challenging. I think with AI now, you're able to do more with building the context around the vulnerabilities, really understanding from the description of the vulnerability, what it can be used for, and now with the use of LLM, it's becoming easier to do it on a big scale. So I think that's the two main reasons. Yeah.
Question about libraries, specifically vulnerable libraries that are not called by the code that you've written. Have you seen examples where those are exploitable still, even though they're not called by a specific application?
So that's a great example for what we call runtime security. And it obviously depends on the ecosystem. If you're a part of the Python or Node.js. Yeah, exactly. So you get tons of dependencies that you don't really use in your runtime, and being able to filter out the noise, but what you use and what you don't use, it's super effective. It's around 90% drop, I'd say, yeah. It's less of an issue, yeah. It's almost a non-issue. It obviously depends on your compliance and policies in the organization, but yeah, like postures-wise talking, it's a non-issue, basically, yeah. Yeah.
How do you as a hacker start to identify the chain of vulnerabilities? Is it like, if I get in this way, then I know to also check here, here, and here type of thing? Or is it like you just start clicking around and seeing what else you can do, or what's the strategy?
So we start by defining what we want to do with the system. So in case of Pegasus, it's a spyware. In the end, we want to get as much information we can from the device. So we try to build it usually from the goal backward. So then we look at the system and start basically asking all the questions you can around public APIs. We try to get the source code. Sometimes it's open source and it's available, and we try to look what vulnerability you have, do actual code review to the code, understand the system, the different components, the different type of things, and then, yeah, just going from there. Sure. So, anyone else? Cool, great. So thank you very much. If you want to see the survey results. You can scan the QR. It's pretty interesting to see how different security teams, tackle those issues. And yeah, we'd really like to talk with you afterward. We have a booth over there, and if you want to talk about, attacking, defending, and everything, and have any feedback around this short talk, be happy to talk with you. Thank you very much. Test, test. Oh, how do I test it? Test, test. Looks fine. Okay.
Let me put a new batteries.
Test, test.
Is this working? Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. So we're now getting started with the next presentation with Mr.
KU.
Keyur.
Yep.
He's a senior intrusion and analyst researcher with cyber defense at Walmart Global Tech. At work currently, he is responsible for enabling defensive infrastructure for increasing visibility and maturity security posture. He's also experimenting with AI technologies and also learning about AI red teaming to design AI security hackathon. Please give him a welcome applause.
Right. Good morning and welcome everyone. Am I audible fine till the end? Okay, awesome. So, yeah, thank you for the introduction. My name is Keyur Rajaguru. I work with Walmart Global Tech. I work as a senior intrusion analyst, working closely with the intelligence response and engineering pillar of our team. And Today, I'll be presenting about a talk on how AI agents can be used in a security operations center. There's a quick link over here, and if you open it, it will bring up an article which I had written. It might just be helpful to navigate it side by side because as we move on, I'll have some block diagrams and all. Little bit more about myself. I come from Washington, D.C. I went to the University of Maryland. So anyone here from the East Coast? Anyone flight down? Okay. All right. And before that, I worked for a couple of years with Ernst & Young, designing the Security Operations Center processes for clients, and before that I did 2.5 years of network engineering, troubleshooting networks for a service-based company. So starting with the topic, it's AI agents in a semi-autonomous SOC. So just so that I know, anyone here working directly in the Security Operations Center or have worked, okay, awesome. So we have a good familiar audience. So I'll just take some more time for those not familiar with the Security Operations Center. So so yeah, this is what we are going to talk about throughout the slides. After this, I have like 10, 11 more slides. So first, I'll be talking about the security operations centers, the alerts, and what the existing problem is, and then we'll speak a bit more about automation in general, irrespective of cybersecurity, some generic automation. And then I'll introduce to the concept of semi-autonomous security operations center with the use of AI agents, and we'll run through a quick example with the help of a block diagram that I have, and we'll definitely speak a bit more about challenges, because I believe the area is pretty new, and the intersection of AI and security is also pretty new. So what kind of challenges can one run into while accepting this kind of autonomous systems? So let's just start with security operations center. So for most industries, organizations, companies, or small and medium businesses, it will be like a 24/7 operation with a bunch of analysts working towards a core mission of securing the security posture of a company, protecting the data, the confidentiality, and most of the time it will work off of the alerts. So when I say alerts, you can call it like events or an alert. So just for those new to the area, it will be like consider of a centralized system like a SIEM or a SOAR system, wherein logs from entire of your infrastructure will be concentrated in one area, and a bunch of team members or analysts or detection engineers will try to break down the logic into some part and create something that is alertable. We call it alerts. They will create an alerts that will be based on threshold. The threshold can be in terms of number of count or in terms of time. And those alerts will then come on the tool that the SOC analysts will work off. So a simple example of alerts could be 50 failed attempts on your SQL server, that can be an alert. Another example could be someone logged in from New York and then logged in from London in like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, an impossible travel scenario. So those can be a simple example of some alerts. So the problem is to handle this kind of basic scenarios. SOC analysts have to rely on multiple different tools, right? Some of the processes are repetitive. So a SOC analyst, might have to examine the HTTP traffic, know the HTTP codes, sometimes decode the PowerShell scripts, there can be a phishing wave, so an analyst is kind of expected to purge all those emails, sometimes take actions like disable the user, reset the credentials, examine the network traffic packets, and all those kind of different things, right? So a SOC analyst has to do a lot, rely on different types of tools and technologies, and all of this comes with a very high psychological pressure of resolving an event at a very high speed and at a very high pressure, right? Because security as a domain, it's not something that you just want to get it almost right. You want to get it right every time you work, because if you determine it in a wrong way, it can be a resume generating event in an analyst's life, or your company can be in headlines on the next day. So you want to do it right all the time, right? So it is a very high pressured and high speed environment, and that is why we see that the burnout in the SOC analyst space is real, and people want to move out of that kind of role and switch to something else as well, right? So now just let's address this type of high alert fatigue and burnout with, and think about the general automation. So every industry, in my view, kind of relies on some form of automation. Let's think of a distribution center or a warehouse. So it will also rely on some kind of automation. For example, there are 10,000 packages. Out of that, 2,000 packages should be shipped in New York. 2,000 should be shipped at Texas. So there is some kind of automation that is going on that the industry will rely on, right? Another example in the tech space you can think of, let's say you have a product or a website that will fetch deals across all the websites and give you at a one central space. So your bots will go out there, scrape all the websites. So there is some kind of automation again, right? The problem is this kind of automation are very static, sometimes difficult to tweak, and it will not be super quick. It can be quick in terms of tech kind of an automation, but if it is a industry and a very manufacturing or mechanical kind of thing, those automations are difficult to tweak and very high cost as well, right? And obviously it doesn't have any reasoning abilities, or it will not change its actions based on the past behavior, or it will not learn from its own mistakes, right? So these are the challenges of static automation, and coming or tying it back to the cybersecurity context in the security operation centers. We do have orchestration and SOAR tools, but those are still having some limitations and are static in a way. So moving on with the topic, I want to introduce about AI agents. So anyone here experimenting with AI agents in any way, shape, or form, like having used Crew AI, LangGraph, AutoGen, or OpenAI's operator? Anyone? I see one. Okay, not yet. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So like while I was reading, it was like till now it was Gen AI and LLMs, but 2025 will be more of a year of AI agents kind of thing, because AI agents can do a lot of things. So moving ahead with the AI agents, so think of AI agent as a advanced software or a tool that is connected with LLMs. That can be your ChatGPT or Gemini or Meta's Llama, something like that. And that AI agent will also have access to a different kind of tool set that will allow it to take some action. And as it is also connected with the LLM, it will have a reasoning abilities, and it will have a way to determine some context, generate some steps, and then it can execute those tasks. And obviously, as a user, you can interact with it. You can directly prompt questions, ask questions, and it will generate some steps or give you some answers, right? So this is the idea of AI agent. But just think of it like one agent. It is good if you just don't throw everything at it and throw specific tasks at it, and have a team of multiple agents targeted at one goal. So we'll see that as we move forward. Some of the features I want to bring up here is like as we saw about the normal industry automation and the drawbacks and the challenges, we spoke about it. So think of this AI agent as overcoming those kind of limitations. And when we think of LLMs and everything, especially in a security context, we just don't want to limit ChatGPT or Gemini as a good storytelling thing, or something just defined to giving you solving your mathematical equation or generating a line of code for you. We want to think of AI agents as beyond just storytelling tools, right? Because it will have reasoning abilities, and if you custom train it with a lot of cybersecurity context, it will learn it. And as it does your task and as it keeps on learning, it will get better, right? And the last thing is that collaborating with other agents. So as I told that when you think of AI agent, you just don't want to limit it to one thing. You want to use a team of AI agents targeted at one specific goal, and that's how we can unlock some value out of it. So it definitely supports multi-agent architecture over there. So these are some different types of agents that are out there. Every company will define it in a different way. For example, you check IBM, NVIDIA, Hugging Face. Everyone will define it in a different way, and it is relative in a way. You can define it the way you want. For example, your simple reflex agent can be something a little bit different from what I make, right? But then just looking at this, simple agent would just work out of some predefined rules, but it will do it automatically. It will still have some context for you. And the last one there, like learning agent, is something that we want to use in a autonomous or a semi autonomous system, because you want it to kind of learn from itself, adapt it. For example, let's say I'm working in a company where until now our management used to allow a software called a TeamViewer, and it was allowed in our organization. But now we have decided that those kind of tools are not allowed. So I'm going to make some change. So you want your agent to learn that change, and from next time onwards, it will automatically not allow those kind of tools. So that's why it is better than the traditional or static automation that we talked about, right? Moving on to, so this is the concept or diagram that I want to focus more in today's talk. And as I told that there can be multiple different agents working together to achieve a role of a AI SOC analyst or a virtual SOC analyst, right? So don't at this stage, I would not like anyone to think of it as a 100% replacement of a human SOC analyst, but definitely we can think of it as a force multiplier to your team of SOC analysts. A force multiplier that will never get burned out, that will never get tired, that will work with same efficiency whether at 7 in the morning or at midnight, at all the times, right? And I mean, human errors are so common. So this kind of system will definitely act as a force multiplier and take away a lot of load. So focusing again back on this, if you see at the left hand side, so there can be an alerting mechanism. Your company might be using a SIM, so you might be relying on an MSSP to work of the security alerts. So those can be funneled into a autonomous system. And after that, there are different agents. Like in the beginning, I shared a link. If you open that, there's a description of all the agents we have there. So
Let's pick up entity extractor agent. So when a SOC analyst works of an event, it is so important to get context of who the user that is involved, which is the endpoint that is involved. Is it a normal endpoint? It is a server? It is a critical server? What kind of access does the user has? Is this normal for that user? Is this not normal for that user? Those kind of context. So the entity extractor and the context collector will extract those kind of events. The middle pillar is what I call the investigation and analysis agent. And okay, let's just focus on the evidence analyzer, which is at the very center of the diagram. So so this is a block diagram symbol, but I want you to think of each and every block as a orchestrated workflow or a pipeline in itself. So when you think of evidence analyzer, you just don't want to think of as a software that is just getting analyzing, but think of an entire pipeline behind it. So a particular script or a tool that was flagged by your EDR or any solution has to be securely transported to a protected sandboxed environment where it is going to run it, where it is going to analyze it. The results it is going to validate with LLMs, which will have a custom trained security context, and then it is going to determine if it is suspicious or if it is malicious, come back with some results. And then we have a note maker agent as well. We have a action sequencing agent who will determine what actions are to be taken next, right? So this is how crew or a group of AI agents want to work together. And obviously in the bottom bar you see that a SOC analyst's role is just not over by analyzing the threat or an event. They also have to take multiple actions, like I told earlier, like purge the emails, reset the credentials, right? Disable the user. Sometimes if it is a junior analyst, they will case it up and send it to a different team or a senior analyst to look at it, right? So just think of how an AI agent is going to do that if it does not have access to that particular tool set. It must have that kind of right access, and AI agent is only powerful as much as the rights you give it to. So you have to trust it and you have to give it some right, and obviously all that kind of reasoning and stuff would come from a custom trained LLM, which will have a security context, right? So this is the concept that I wanted to bring, and apart from just this concept, we are looking at the way the modern security operations or security industry might change gradually going forward. So it is like something for everyone to think. If you are a leader in the security operations or managing a SOC space, this is how the future MSSPs might operate. This is how things might work. And if you are a SOC analyst or a senior analyst, you want to think in terms of designing this kind of workflows and maps, or designing this kind of playbooks rather than just working off of a single alert. So that's how the role gradually might shift moving forward. So this is just the labels of the groups of AI agent. As I told, the bottom pillar here is the error reporting agent. The notification and the verification agent will be part of the control and coordination agents. So and why that is important is because let's say a junior analyst works off any alerts. You have a multiple set of eyes looking at the same thing, just so that something is not missed, right? So that's what a verification agent is going to do over there. There's an error reporting agent. Because in the SOC space, when an analyst is working off an alert, he has to access multiple different tools. What if some of the tool is down? Let's say you have to block a particular domain on your proxy servers. What if something happened and that tool is down for some time? Who is going to verify if your system is completely autonomous? There has to be something called as an error reporting agent. And these all agents, the names can be different, the way you architect it can be different, the level of access that you give them can be completely different. So these are just a group of AI agents. And speaking about the level of autonomy or agency that you want to give to this agent will also rely upon you. This is what I got from NVIDIA, but then different companies might define it in a bit a different way. So level 0 autonomy will be like simple user and a prompt, and it gets an answer back from LLM. A deterministic system would be like, okay, it will have access, but then it can only work out of these 4 things or 5 things. It cannot go out of it. Whereas a fully autonomous system will be something that will work out of itself and then decide if it wants to give back control to you or not. Or a weak autonomous system will be something that, okay, it has this kind of rights, it will do, but it will not go and modify those kind of things. So there's a different level of autonomy that you can give to these agents. And one thing also to take a note is like we think that the more the autonomy, the more is the risk. But then what I think is the more the autonomy, the more is the unpredictable behavior of what that agents can do, and that unpredictable nature is what defines your risk. So you have to think of risk in that way. Um, um, this is a simple example of an alert or an event that your virtual SOC analyst might come across and how it will handle it. Like it's just an unwanted software found, and you don't need artificial intelligence to work of this alert. It's very simple and basic in the SOC context. But then what if your AI agent is working at it? So how this is just a picture of how different agents can come together to form a context, take some notes, generate a plan, and make sure that unwanted software is completely wiped out of that particular endpoint as well as your enterprise environment. So this is just a view of how your different agents can work together so that a junior analyst or an analyst doesn't have to go out, because an alert like this might also take like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, depending on the infrastructure and the expertise of an analyst to work off, right? So, and what if, let's say, in 2 minutes of time, 25 such alerts come? How are you going to handle it? That's when the real power of a system like this would come into play, because you will be working at a super high machine speed compared to a human speed, right? And we have seen that zero to low cost attacks are being generated because of Gen AIs and LLMs. Like we don't have any more silly spelling mistakes in the phishing emails because of AI. We have script kiddies generating sophisticated malware because of AI. We have very good real looking videos of misinformation because of deep fakes. So when the attack or adversary is at machine speed, how are you going to tackle it? Okay, question?
Yeah, I was wondering if you could, in this model, you have these agents interacting with your regular alerting and notification systems like PagerDuty, so you could assign an alert to an agent and then let it pick up from there.
Yeah, definitely. So coming back to this system, as I told, this is completely modular and this can be switched as per the organization's requirement. Let's say the security operations capability of your organization is very sophisticated and you don't want a system like this to handle the operations. However, there will be some amount of things that are very basic. So your system can be designed in such a way that, okay, out of the 50 detection items or customizable items that I have, 20 are very standard playbook oriented operational tasks that can go to this kind of an analyst, so that you can just focus on the 25 remaining interesting ones that require, and obviously you can integrate it with PagerDuty or Xmatters or whatever kind of paging system that you might have in in place, right? So yep, this is the example of agents in action, and I believe it's super important to speak about the challenges over here as well, because the models are going to limit what your agents can do. Think of your LLM model just not having a context about the security event that is being generated. How is it going to guide your agent or generate steps of remediation plan? It is not going to do it. So the models should be custom trained and sorry, have security context as well, so that your agents can work properly together. Obviously, unfamiliar environments, your AI agents are not going to work fine. So think of it like a junior or an entry-level SOC analyst working in a completely new company is not going to know what to do right away. It definitely needs some kind of knowledge transfer, right? So think of it, so initially it will definitely need some context, some training. So after that it can be leveraged to do some reasoning and strategic plans of how an alert has to be handled. And also AI agents can themselves be the target. For now, let's just think about direct or indirect prompt injection attacks, right? So a direct prompt injection attack is when the user and the attacker both are same on the system. You are directly injecting some prompts and wanting the LLMs to misbehave, right? Indirect prompt injection is something we want to think in a multi-agentic architectural setup where there is a lot of orchestration and workflows going together, because there will be a lot of API calls, function calls to different agents relying on each other to work together, right? So you don't want indirect prompt injection to happen over there, and like you can control it with simple role-based access things as well, but then it has to be tested a lot of times. And another thing I want to talk about or bring up here is the traceability of these kind of AI agents, especially in a security operations context, because let's say my AI agent or my virtual SOC analyst worked on an alert 2 days back, and then now I am seeing something that is related to that alert that SOC analyst worked on 2 days back. I'm going to, it's pretty natural for me to go back 2 days and see what all things that the AI SOC analyst had done, right? So how am I going to check it? So there has to be observability and traceability to see what kind of function calls did it make, what kind of modifications did it make, what kind of changes did it make, and it has to be completely automated and rock solid, right? Because apart from it, how am I going to rely on it going forward? Also, just not in this case, but also in cases wherein I want to fine tune the behavior of any agents, that okay, the AI agent is reacting to this scenario in XYZ format, but now I want it to do ABC format. So how am I going to do it? And that's how the role of the SOC analyst is going to, or I think that might change going forward. It will be more of working on those kind of things to map generic actions to customized events, and then only have a bit of it remaining for a human analyst to go and look into. So that's what I think about traceability and why it is important. And obviously there is a risk of granting access to AI agents, like is your company or your organization or your SOC comfortable granting access to the Active Directory environment to disable a user out there? Are you comfortable granting it access to the proxy tool to block a domain out there? So obviously it will come with a risk of granting access, and it has to be containerized or compartmentalized in a way that it does not just go out and misbehave. So that's about some of the challenges. And yep, so open for feedback and ready for questions, if any.
I do. Just, I'm asking this question because I just don't know much. But
Right, right. Right, so, right, right. 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 So I'll break it down. So for everyone, the question is more about how you can first of all train it. Second, how you can trust it so that you can go out and use it or in production. So this concept has actually be in production by multiple startups and companies out there, and is already being utilized in a way. And coming back to the testing part, definitely it's super important. And what, as I told while answering the other question, is that you don't want to open the gates to all your security events to test it phase by phase, one by one. That is also going to be a part of the way you do the engineering of this kind of system. And the other question that you asked is about these particular AI agents can also be a target, right? So definitely, in this case, the risk that we want to talk about is, let's say let's say the action sequencing agent might generate a sequence of actions. That is one agent, and now that will be connected with different agent, and those actions have to be worked on. So what if some of the agent generate a prompt that is in a way adversarial or not fine with the security operation center? So if you like, let's just zoom out completely out of the security context, and let's just consider of any LLM model. So it is even if your company wants to adopt a Gen AI model, you are not going to just use it right away out of the box. There are something or concepts called like an LLM firewalls or guardrails that you can put in place and tune it that okay, this should not happen, or this kind of instruction should not be executed. That's one way that I can think that might be achieved. But yeah, there can be different ways or something unexpected that I might have to think about. Thank you for the question. Anyone else? Yes, sir. So that's a part of what we will call as a reinforcement learning in a way setup. That would be more part of how the custom tuned LLM with security context with a security context is being trained, and that's how it will be still a human in the loop process wherein you see what actions your agents took, and then you realize that this can be done better in this way. You can train it in a way and then expect that okay, if it is working fine or not. Thank you for the question. Yes.
Do you see it need to use or push it to use in classifier models as opposed to LLMs for some of these stages?
Sorry, can you please repeat your question?
Classifier models, so just picking one of some predefined options based on the heuristic as opposed to reasoning or using longer form LLM outputs. So like for example, like picking a context for who to escalate to or those things.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it can also be a mix and match of both of the approaches, because there will also be a limitation to the approach that you are mentioning, and there might be some scenarios wherein it will be beneficial if there is a collective intelligence in play solving this kind of issues. So yeah, specifically. At this point, I don't have a scenario or a situation in mind where I can say that okay, what you are telling is going to be more beneficial in this kind of scenarios, and what the other approach. But yeah, definitely something to test for, and like thinking of those kind of models, so ML or AI, I mean, it's not that it is not being already used in SOC, it's already being used. Your phishing tool use a lot of machine learning models, your proxy tools, your firewalls use a lot of machine learning models, your EDR use a lot of machine learning models to see what's suspicious, your UEBA systems can use a lot of machine learning models to see that okay, this guy never log in at midnight, why is logging at midnight right now, right? So like it is used, but then obviously it's a matter of time how we test it, and what we think kind of clicks for a particular setup. And the other point I want to bring up is that it's not the one with sophisticated AI agents would win in this race. It's more of organization or company who will better train the LLM with context of your particular organization or industry that is going to win, because agents in a way is a line of code that you can tweak and allow it by giving access, but then the reasoning and the sequencing is the LLMs behind it. So that's what I think about that. Yeah, sure. Data tagging. Okay. So can you give me example of what kind of data tagging are you talking about? Right. No, that's a great question. But even today with human analysts, you don't I work as a SOC analyst, but do I have access to all the confidential documents in my organization? No, I don't have. So it's the same thing. So you don't want it to access, so you can control it, right? Um, no, not at this point, and I'm not sure.
Understood. Is that a kind of a data lake system or a data lake house system where all these, different, logs, alerts are pushed in, and then there is a filtering system in that data cloud, and then from there it goes to the AI agents? Do you have some mechanism like that, or do you have a multi, like kind of a multi-agent system where one LLM is able to produce a decision
Right,
that is
right,
validated by another LLM?
right, right. No, definitely makes sense. So let's just think of this system as something that is not going to replace what you have right now. It will be something additional to what you have, but it will be a replacement for the human efforts. It is not a replacement for the technology infrastructure that you have right now, right? So an alert to this kind of system still comes out of a SIM or a SOAR, and the alert fetcher agent, you configure it in such a way that it fetches the alert, and then it works, then it invokes the other agent that will go out and collect the context. It invokes the other agent that will maybe design a plan for how it has to be worked. So that's how I am conceptualizing it at this point. But yeah, definitely going forward, it can be different. Yep. All right. So that's the end of the talk. If anyone has no other questions, And this is the link if anyone wants to get connected via LinkedIn, always looking to collaborate with people with same mindset or want to experiment with any similar tools, technologies, just hit me up and we'll be happy to chat with everyone. Thank you so much. And one last thing, really thank you to the volunteers, organizers and the sponsors to put a great con together. So a big hands up.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. Just remember, we have a CTF running right now, pacifichackers.com, and we'll resume at 1 p.m. Enjoy your lunch break or your CTF time.
Hello, hello. Hello. Yep.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us after lunch. Hopefully you had a good one, or if you can't go to lunch, well, anyways, you're here. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for staying here and supporting us. And it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Sarup. He's actually, I saw the talk, I was like, oh, that sounds pretty interesting. So I might actually join myself. So with that, I'll pass it on to you, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. It's going to be a hard time to listen to such a dry topic right after lunch. So I'll make sure to make it a little more interesting. So just to get a little bit of a pulse of the room, is there anybody who actively develops mobile apps or works in mobile app security? Nice. So is it like Android or iOS? Nice. Cool. So I'm going to start the talk. So basically, the talk is divided into like 5 segments. First is the introductions, where I'll introduce myself, our team, and the kind of goals that we have with this talk. Then I'll try to scope the problem by explaining some of the common mobile app security flaws and how some best practices can be implemented and checked at a mobile app PR level. Then I'll show you how we do implementation of these checks using an open source tool called Danger. Then I'll talk about some of the outcomes and impact of doing such a thing in your organization, and come up with some like best practices of how exactly to make it more useful for your mobile engineers as well as the security team. So introductions, I'll first start with introducing myself. I've been working in the security space for more than 10 years. Currently, I'm working at Lime, where I was hired as a founding security engineer 3 years back. And I was responsible to bring a product security program from scratch at Lime. And we have reached a sufficient amount of maturity. Basically, I was hired as an engineer number 135. So you can see the amount of like the ratio, how exactly it is asymmetric. Like the first security engineer is hired at like basically at 135. So there is 135 to 1 kind of a ratio between security engineers and a software engineer at a company. So for my personal life, I like doing adventure sports. The image that you see there is at the top of Denali, which is the highest point in North America. And I like doing mountaineering, skiing, mountain biking, kite surfing, anything where I can go up a hill and come down. Going to our vision, we want to achieve compliance with industry standards and improve our overall security posture by building partnerships with engineering and non-engineering teams. This sounds very basic, but it's very hard to implement operationally. So we are striving and doing this and learning this every day as we go and mature our security posture. So we'll keep doing it and make sure to share our learnings with the industry. So some of the goals that we have for this talk, the first one is scalability of security reviews. So I just explained to you how asymmetric the ratio of security engineers to a software engineer is. So if you see like a tech stack for our company, it goes on from a mobile application to a scooter's firmware. And if there's only a single security engineer, it's a hard task to review everything that is going into production. So to scale this kind of a security review at a mobile app repository level and automating it provides a huge upside for us by providing certain guardrails for the developers. And the default behavior is the most secure one. The second one is preemptive vulnerability mitigation. I would say this is just a fancier term to say that the security best practices or the anomalies should not reach production. And before reaching production, we kind of mitigate them. So it's not really mitigation because as you move forward in the software development lifecycle, the remediation time increases exponentially. So the best way to remediate a security vulnerability is not allowing it to reach production. Then third one is shifting left automation. So the left that I'm saying is in the software development lifecycle, where left is the initial stages in the software development lifecycle and towards the right is the more later stages. So we would like to provide these kind of checks as left as possible. Fourth one is some real-time security feedback. So what we have seen is 80% of the times, if you tell people what the right thing to do is, they usually do it. And we kind of trust the developers as well as the person who's reviewing our code to make sure to do the right thing. And we are just providing them a way to identify these at a PR level, and we just trust them to do the right thing. Moving on to the scoping of the problem, I'll talk about some of the common mobile app security flaws. Basically, I've divided them into 4 different buckets. This classification is something that I've come up with. It's not like some standard. So first one is system API usage. By system, I am talking about the native iOS and Android system. They natively provide certain libraries and best practices that can be leveraged. So I'll talk about some of these flaws and how they can be prevented using best practices using these native frameworks. Data handling is basically every mobile app has certain data that it stores locally. And the way it saves on your local device, it should make sure that only your app is able to access it and able to write to it. So that comes under data handling. Data transportation would be the transportation of data between a mobile server and the backend server. So we have to secure this transmission channel as well. Fourth category is app hardening. So if you guys are aware of a standard developed in OWASP called MASVS, so the rate, it's the +R rating that you see, which is for resiliency. So to implement these kind of resiliency best practices, we perform some app hardening related best practices. So I'll jump into the app flaws, start with the system API usage. So before starting, I would just like to explain the format in which the slide is presented. So you see certain terminologies listed in front of iOS and certain terminologies listed in front of Android. So more or less, these checks will be divided into 3 parts. First is to identify the files that actually have these best practices implemented. Second is the actual identification of the event in the mobile app repositories. And once you identify these events, you need to check them, whether they are implementing the best practice or not. So in these 3 layers of checks, I'm kind of providing you certain terminologies that you can use in both Android and iOS to check this in your mobile app repositories and what the best practice is. So starting with cryptography, it's not only in mobile apps, but everywhere. You should be using the native cryptographic libraries or the most cryptographic libraries that are used by the entire industry instead of developing your own. So iOS provides these in terms of, in like the library called CryptoKit. So you just try to check the presence of CryptoKit if it's being used. If it's not being used, then you basically fail the check and say that, and you know that basically a custom cryptography algorithm is being used. And in Android, there is an event or a function called cipher.getInstance. And when you see this event, you know there is certain encryption or cryptography being used. And if it is not followed by Android key store system checks, then basically it's safe to assume that the native cryptographic libraries are not being used for Android. Moving on to the next one, it's app backgrounding. So you might be aware of this app backgrounding concept in like financial apps, where if you try to background your financial app, it basically resets the session. It does not saves the session anywhere. So the best practice is to clear and mask sensitive UI data when the app enters the background states or when the activities are paused. So to do this in iOS, basically sensitive data on screen will be hidden in the application did enter background setting. And when this setting, you find the setting in your PR, you need to check whether sensitive data visible on screen is hidden. This configuration variable, if it's true, that means that the application implements the best practice. If not, then basically your sensitive data is not being hidden. For Android, you check the event of on pause and on stop events, and then subsequently, if you find these events, then you check if the sensitive UI data is marked as sensitive. So to mark it sensitive and to check whether if it's implemented in the implementation, you check for certain keywords like mask sensitive data, clear sensitive data, hide content, and flag secure. So these are the natively available events that needs to be set true. If not, then basically your app backgrounding is not clearing the sensitive data on backgrounding. Second one is clipboard handling. This is again something you might have seen in financial apps, where if you copy certain things in the application, you cannot paste it anywhere in Notes or in any other apps. So this best practice can also be checked natively in iOS. So basically you find these events in a file called as appdelegate.swift file. So if this file is found in the diff, you know that you can check whether the user activities have persisted or not, and if it's being cleared on backgrounding. So UI pasteboard name find and UI pasteboard name general, these are the two events that you check to see whether it's being persisted or not being persisted. In Android, there's no such dedicated file name that you can check in the diff, but you can check for all the .kt files if you're using Kotlin, or .java if you're using Java files. And you see the instances of clipboard manager being called. And once this is called, you need to, if you see this instance, you find a clear primary clip, or you have to set the clipboard to be empty. If these two things are not being done, then the best practice is not implemented in your mobile app. Moving on to the next one, is autocorrection. This is, again, like, I can say that this is again a financial app thing, where the autocorrection or autofilling of sensitive fields is disabled. So in iOS, you check for diff if the file viewcontroller.swift is being modified or not. And to check for the text field configuration, you see that if a text field is secure text entry set to a particular set field, then you need to check that the text field autocorrection type is no. So if it's set to no, that means that your sensitive text fields will not be autocorrecting them on the mobile app. And for Android, it's a little different. These files are .xml layout files, which are commonly used for defining edit text fields. And you need to find all these edit text declarations in the diff. And if any sensitive keyword appears in the edit text declarations, then you need to check the instances of text no suggestions, or you need to find that the text visible password is not set, which shows you that the password is not going to be visible in your mobile app. So moving on to the second category, which is data handling. We start with protection levels. So there are certain ways where you can set a protection level in Android and iOS. So to do this, you check the write function and write to URL function. If these functions are changed in the Swift files, then you check whether they call the complete file protection variable or not. If this is not set, then you kind of check NS data writing options. This is another way that you set protection levels in iOS. So if these things are not set in your mobile app PRs, then it's safe to assume that the best practice is not implemented. In Android, it's a little different. You basically check for get shared preferences usages, and if you find get shared preferences usages, you check for corresponding encrypted shared preferences, or if you implement a custom encryption or a cipher algorithm, depending on the context of your organization, you check that being called. If they're not being called, that means that the protection level is not set in your application. Second best practice would be data at rest. So every mobile app kind of saves some data in their local databases. So you need to make sure that the databases are encrypted. And you also need to make sure that the sensitive files that are stored locally on the device, they are set with correct permissions so that only your app is able to read and write to those files. So in iOS, this is done using core data or Realm Store, either one of them, which stores databases as .db files. So you look for XC data model directories, and for each directory, you check for contents for keywords like encrypt or any of the custom text that you call in your own mobile app. You check for those occurrences. If those are not implemented, that means your data is not encrypted locally. For Android, similar to that, it is using Room or SQLite. So you check for these keywords, and if the subsequent keywords do not follow with encryption or SQL cipher occurrences, that means that the local databases in Android is not implemented. And to check for file permissions in Android, you basically look for occurrences of open file output, which is commonly used method for writing files in Android. And if you find this occurrence without a mode private, which restricts file access to the app only, that means that the file permissions are not set appropriately, which can cause other apps to read and write to the local files saved by the application. Sensitive data storage. This is natively, both the application frameworks provide ways to store native sensitive data securely. So in iOS, you should not use user defaults for storing sensitive data, like access tokens or subscription flags and account information. You should use keychain service API instead. And for Android, you need to search for like hard-coded values of keys, tokens, and secrets being modified in your PR. And if you find these occurrences without the calling of Android key store or system.getenv or build config, then basically you're not using the native secure data storage mechanisms that is available in the framework. Cool. Moving on to the third one, data transportation. This is generic, and this requires a lot of checks that needs to be implemented. So there are 4 ways to ensure that the data in transit is secured by best practices. First one is to see whether the TLS version is above 1.2. Second one is to see whether there's no occurrences of HTTP being used and only HTTPS is being used. Then natively in Android and iOS, you have certain network security configurations that needs to be enabled. And if they're not enabled, that means that your app is not using the native functionalities that are available for securing a network security data. In iOS, you basically check for URL, and you see whether sensitive parameters are passed in, sensitive like text fields are passed in as parameters or headers. The right way to do it is to pass it in headers and not in parameters. And second check is basically to see HTTP usage, and if you see HTTP usage, you have to fail the check and ask the developers to use HTTPS. Then for native network security configurations, iOS has NS allows arbitrary loads, which completely disables the network security protections. And if you find NS exception domains, if they're added, that also weakens the network security configuration. So you need to check these two. If they are implemented, that means that you're not implementing the native network security capabilities that are available in iOS. Again, in Android, the first 2 checks will stay the same, checking for HTTP and checking for URLs not containing sensitive information being passed into parameters. The network security configuration for Android is maintained in a file called Android manifest.xml. And the configuration variable that you are seeing is, that you seeing on the screen as well, is Android uses clear text traffic. So if this is set to true, then that means that the network security is not enabled in your application. You can add another check to see whether this security configuration file is even existing or not. And if it's not existing, that basically it means that you don't even use that configuration in the first place. So that is again a check that can fail and let you know that data in transit is not being following the best practices. So moving on to cache. Cache is can be applied very holistically, but what the best practices I'm talking about here is only related to the mobile application layer and not the entire app, but only for the mobile application. We need to avoid caching sensitive information, and if you have to cache them, then it has to be managed securely. So natively, iOS and Android both provide certain ways to do that. In iOS, you have this setting called as URL cache, and if it's disabled, that means nothing is being cached, which is also good. But if you see that something is being cached, then you need to check that NSURL session contains words like sensitive and private, and if these kind of text fields are being cached, then you need to fail the check. In Android, you are checking for HTTP network calls where caching is explicitly disabled or securely managed. So you do that by using set use caches to false for HTTP URL connection, and OK HTTP client with no cache. This is another configuration way to check whether the caching is enabled or not. So moving on to app hardening. So this code obfuscation is again something that prevents anybody to reverse engineer your mobile applications. So natively, there are two tools. ProGuard is used for Android, and Swift Shield is used for iOS. In iOS, there is not a very sophisticated way to check this if it's being implemented or not. So you basically just check for keywords like obfuscate, scramble, and Swift Shield. And if you don't see those being implemented, that means that there's no code obfuscation being going on in your app. And in Android, it's a little more like defined, where the file that you're checking is build.gradle, and if in this file you see the release build type block, and in this release build type block, if the setting called minify enabled, if it's set to true, that means that the ProGuard RAID is enabled and it's performing code obfuscation. Another way to check is the existence of ProGuard files. That's also a way to understand whether ProGuard is being used or not in your application. Jailbreak detection. This, I think everybody is aware, like the cons of jailbreaking your device. The way to check them in this scenario is to find keywords like can open URL and is jailbroken. In iOS, if you find these, then that means that your application is detecting jailbreak devices. And in Android, there are multiple ways to do that, and to check it, you can look for keywords like is rooted, which is a common flag and method to check if the device is rooted or not. Then check for root, which is an alternative method name for the same thing. Is emulator, which is a common flag and method to check if the device is an emulator or not. Detect emulator, which is again an alternative method name to check the same thing of presence of an emulator. Build fingerprint in some checks identifies emulator patterns, and ro.debuggable is a system property check that can often be used in root detection. So the goal is to have at least one of them in your environment, and this shows you that your application detects jailbreaks. Debug logs is again like something which is consistent to the entire industry, not just mobile apps. So both the application frameworks, iOS and Android, provide their native logging frameworks, and it is always recommended to use them instead of using prints. And no sensitive information should be logged using these debug prints. So in Android, in iOS, you're checking print and log functions, which is used for debug printing. So, and in Android, you're checking for log.d and systemout.println. So if you see these occurrences, that means there is some debug logging enabled in your applications, which is certainly not a best practice, and this is something that should not be in production. So moving on to the next one, implementation with danger. So danger is like a pretty weird name, and also I was just talking about how exactly I basically fell on this kind of a tool. So initially in our security detection pipeline, we have a check to see if anybody is trying to bypass a status check in a GitHub PR. So we found this detection event in our pipeline where a mobile engineer was trying to bypass a check which was named danger. So we just reached out to him and said, like, you're bypassing a check which is called danger, and this seems pretty dangerous. So so what exactly is happening? So basically they told us that they use danger for certain PR related like common chores which they want to remove from a manual review, like adding change log, adding a certain level of comprehensiveness in your GitHub PR descriptions. So this, and it was used for common linting process and not for any security related checks. So that put me in this like rabbit hole of identifying if this tool can be used for identifying these kind of best practices, since like both the platforms iOS and Android provide a lot of native capabilities to implement them, but if you can check them automatically if they're being used or not in your environment, that would be a huge plus for the security team, so that they don't have to be involved in manual code reviews of all the PRs that are going into production. So to implement this, this is an actual check on a PR. So we basically use Circle CI, and danger is available in JavaScript, it's available in Ruby, it's available in Swift. We personally prefer Ruby because Ruby is the most mature one in danger. And we basically show the result using Fastlane, because other static analysis tools results are also in Fastlane, so we just collate all of them in Fastlane and show it on a PR. So the thing to notice here is there are two different kinds of checks. First one is an error. So an error is basically something that will fail the PR and not go, the PR will not go to production if it's a required check in your GitHub repository. Warning is basically just showing you a PR comment. So in these scenarios, we are just expecting the developers and the code reviewers to do the right thing. We don't want to block the build in those cases. And in the next slides, I would present some use cases of when would you like to use a fail versus a won scenario to have these two different kinds of outcomes that on a PR. So this is what a check looks like. The structure more or less remains the same in, I would say, 90% of the test cases that I just exhibited. So on a high level, what you're trying to do is when you see a diff or a GitHub PR, what's happening is, first, if you are aware of which file to check, you basically check the file name in the Git diff. If you find that file name, what you are checking is the actual event. So here the event is text field is secure text entry. So this tells you that a text field in your mobile app is categorized as secure. So once you find this, you kind of check whether the autocorrection is enabled or not for that text field. So that's the third check that you see, text field dot autocorrection type is equal to no. So if this is not found, then you basically fail the test case saying that the autocorrection type is not disabled for a text field. There is another failure which shows that none of your text fields are marked as secure, which I find a little hard to grasp unless it's like an app where there's no login, there's only like showing information. There's definitely a scope of some secure text fields. So this is a multi-layer check which checks a secure text field and checks whether autocorrection is enabled or not. So whatever I was saying in the presentation in the slides before, I'm trying to detect events to check certain scenarios, and once I detect the event, I'm checking whether the best practice is enabled or not through configuration variables. Coming to outcomes and impact, which is why we are doing all this. So the metrics that change after this implementation, we are seeing a reduction in security flaws flagged during code reviews by 30%, And why we are seeing that is because we have some guidelines and we are promoting the use of best practices. So once you have these best practices enabled, automatically the security-related anomalies drop down. So this is something that we are seeing, and it dropped to like 30%, or it dropped by 30%. Then we are seeing some increased developer awareness of secure coding best practices. So whatever we are seeing here, this is not something that we just are in a silo and then we just add this check in the CI. We are actually sitting with the mobile app developers of both Android and iOS, and the success in this is definitely dependent on a mobile app engineer, because they're much more aware of how exactly these best practices can be implemented in the context of the application. So we increase sort of developer awareness of these for these security best practices in both Android and iOS. And third is just we reduce the manual review workload for a security engineer. We are always fighting uphill battle. The work is always asymmetric. So if we can get any help from an automation, that really helps us to focus on more high impact issues. So impact of automation, this actually promotes a shared responsibility model of security, where the application owners also feel that they own the security of their application. And once they understand what the best practices are, they are more inclined to help us out, and they basically point us to other applications where this danger file could have been useful, and they can add that also there. It streamlines the workflows by providing more contextual and real-time feedback during PR reviews. I always say that like trust is very hard for security, and it's very easy to lose just by one breach. So providing some real-time feedback is definitely helpful for both our teams and the mobile application teams. So best practices, I would say, in terms of implementation of this entire work stream. So certain recommendations that I have is automation. You can extend danger with custom scripts tailored to your organization needs. So I've talked about a lot of keywords that are very generic, but you can do a grep in your repository and see what exactly are the function calls that you use for those functions, and add those function calls as keywords in the test file. So basically customizing according to your organization needs is number one. Education, conducting specific education training sessions for developers on secure coding principles. So a lot of these best practices fall out of scope of just being solved in a PR. Some of them can be solved in a PR, which should be, and those kind of cases should fail the build. And if it takes a longer time to implement a secure best practices, then the best way to do that is adding that particular implementation as a backlog, where the mobile application engineers can spend more time researching the best way to do it, and then work backwards from there. Third one is standardization. Try to map these to your organization's coding standards for secure storage, data transport, and cryptography. Best way to get some buy-in is to see the security policies that a company have and try to map them to those, and say that you're operationalizing the security policies for the mobile app environment as well. Last one is continuous improvement. It's not something static, it keeps changing. Natively iOS and Android keep changing. If there are better ways to do the same best practice, make sure to make the changes in danger file, so that the mobile application developers are also available, or also aware of the best practices as they improve. Then release timeline. I would say this is one of the most important and make or break if you want to implement something like this. So the first step is to add these checks in the CI environment based on your understanding. And then you sit with the mobile engineers to fine tune those rules, so that if one of these danger checks exists and it fails for every PR, that means you know that it's not the right thing to do. If a check fails on every PR, then basically it should be turned off and make it transition to a warn case which does not block a PR. So always try to understand a fail versus warn, and in which use cases a fail would be beneficial versus a warn. So in security best practice, there are only two scenarios. One is your mobile app actually implements a security best practice. In those cases, what you're trying to save is a regression. where the security best practices is not removed from the application. In those cases, definitely fail works the best, because if it's removed, then you should just fail the PR and not let the code go to production. And the second case is when the security best practice does not exist in your environment. Then you need to sit with the mobile app developers and decide whether this is something that can be solved in a single PR, whether this is going to take some more time or long-term effort from their side. So in those cases, you just switch the cases to warn, where you just see a comment on your PR, but don't block it. So definitely fail versus warn is something that, that can be a make or break for implementing such a practice in your company. Second, the last one is education. Education in terms of the specific education that you want to impart to the developers to implement these best practices, and the kind of education that you want as like the warn cases, which you add to a PR as a comment, and you just let the developer and the code reviewer take a judgment. If they want to accept a risk, they can go ahead and merge it. If they don't, then they kind of work on it. And the last stage is public launch, where you actually launch them to production, and all the PRs are actually going through these checks in your environment. So we are at the end. So any questions? Yep.
Yeah, I do have some questions. First of all, I don't understand when you said don't block the PR. Was it that just for a warn, or was it you don't block it, but you just give a warning?
Yeah. So you have two ways to check whether your PR can be blocked or it's just a comment. So if you see this file, you see this line number 230 and 235 have this thing called fail. So if you fail them, then it has this kind of the 4 errors that you see. So when you have these errors, it fails the check. And if it's a required check, then it blocks the PR.
Okay, that brings up another question. I don't really know this standards thing you talked. First, I thought it was related to configuration management, like the dev somehow or whoever just go out. What did you, the word you used, kind of bypass? Is that the word you used, bypass something? But once you implement the danger, this is a script or a software, right?
This is software. This is open source software, and you maintain the checks in a danger file. And
So can you
yeah.
explain this? How is that different than putting in the code? I guess in a code you can put all those, things too, like security-related things. But this is something that's separate software you use. Why would you use it versus explicitly defining it in a code?
So I'm incentivized to move this feedback to as left as possible. So instead of like seeing this vulnerability in production and actually exploiting them, I'm just putting them in the PR so that it does not go to production.
So it's earlier in the pipeline.
Yeah, earlier in the pipeline.
That one, that's why. Okay. Huh?
Like a check.
Like a check before you, for a PR, okay. And then, I'm sorry, anybody else has a question? Because I have another one that's, okay. So I'm not I use a mobile phone, but I'm not a mobile developer. I don't understand, when you talk about encryption and risk, okay, so my question is, I always thought all my files are somewhere in the cloud. Are you talking about like local files?
Local files.
I store it. Now, do you guys store most of your file locally? I kind of like that.
It's application data, so you don't control that. You don't know like,
We own that. So,
yeah.
okay, so it's the application data. So it's not everything in the cloud. It's my data. Okay. I just know the files and stuff I can store, but application data is, because all my stuff is on the web. It's a web server, and what do you mean? iPhone.
There's certain things related to a session that, or
The session.
yeah, that gets stored. Yeah.
The session data. Now I get it. Okay, because I have a platform. Okay, so question that you also mentioned there's other third parties can access. So you have to block it, right? Because other
Yep.
parties are trying to. That's my concern because I don't want other
Yep.
third party. Now, are they required to give you a prompt saying, are you allowing Google, or I'm just using Google as example, plug
So usually they just give you a prompt stating the privacy policy that an application adheres to, but they don't tell you that whether the file permissions that the application uses is set in such a way that it can be used by other apps or it cannot. So you don't get that prompt.
So your check is, what was the check you said you would disable a lot of
Yeah, so it was part of the data at rest, data handling security. So in that particular, you're checking for file permissions in get open file output, and if you set the mode as private, then that means that you're setting up the permissions appropriately, so that it does not it's not available to be read or written by other applications.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so I would say you should map to your data classification policy in your organization. If the categories will depend on your organization's risk acceptance, like courage. And once you identify those, it's easier to map those in the text fields. So whatever text fields are being categorized in highly restricted or restricted, you can have a policy stating that if it's a part of my data classification policy to be as a highly restrictive or restrictive, then I'm going to mark this as a secure text field, which is cleared from clipboard, is cleared on backgrounding. And once I set those, I can set what exactly is the behavior I want from that data.
Yeah, so data tagging, that's
Yep.
important, right?
Yep.
You don't want to have AI use your existing data.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, I had a question. So what, why use open source, right? Why not use something, enterprise or?
Yeah. So that is again like something which is like based on the constraints that you have in your organization. So for us, it's a small company, and if something is free, then use it. Like it's.
Feature rich compared to something that's,
Yes. 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 So if this kind of thing offers, if it's offered for free, I don't get any pushback from anybody. I can just start using it. So I would say this is like not very sophisticated. It's just a grep. So I don't know like if what kind of PR. Guard Square.
digital AI has got some checkers and protectors as well.
Mhm.
Promon is another good one out there.
Mhm.
But, I mean, there's AppDome, there's levels of severity that they'll protect to, and, there's levels of hardening and doing checksumming, there's lots of different tricks, anti-swizzling,
Yeah.
anti-jailbreak.
Anti-jailbreak, yes.
Automated, but I was going to ask you, did you build this internally at Line, and did you build out the practice to create the guardrails and the tools in place to?
So I would say the tool Danger is not built at Line. It's an open source tool, and this form factor of using it in a security context is what we have developed.
Are you guys using OWASP as well?
Yeah, we use OWASP. Yeah. Oh.
I found it interesting that they just recently changed their name to Worldwide from Web.
Okay.
They're realizing they've got to protect mobile, there might be some, PC gaming, so yeah.
So basically, I've just tried to map those OS cheat sheets of iOS and Android into these test cases and try to find natively what are available in iOS and Android, what kind of configuration I can check statically. And if this exists, then I'm pretty sure that it's being implemented. If not, then I just give that feedback to the developers. Thanks.
Just a quick question. I'm not familiar with OS, like what they recommend for mobile. So obfuscation is a recommendation?
It's not, so OWASP has like different categories. Like you can have this L1, L2, L0, and based on your risk appetite, and there's all those categories L1, L2, L0, L1, L2 have like plus R also. Like plus R is a resiliency. So if you want resiliency, then these code obfuscation, jailbreak detection, like anti-reverse engineering, if it's suppose like a gaming app, so you don't want that to be reverse engineered. Yep. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep, it will.
Who cares about performance? I care about security. No, just security
So yeah, definitely, we can talk about after after the talk as well. If you have any questions, we do plan to release this open source, like the danger file that we have. But since this is the first like open source repository in our company, so it's taking a little bit time. But I do plan to release a blog post as well as this repository of danger file. No. Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Cool. So if no more questions, or thank you very much for the speaker, and then we will continue in 10 minutes or so. But yeah, remember we have a live CTF going on in pacifichackers.com. So if you want to go ahead, we have a bunch of challengers there, reverse engineering, web app, forensics, etc. Thank you. Cool. So just in 5 minutes, we'll get started with data breaches, dark secrets, and the corporate side. But before that, a message from our sponsors.
Thank you, everyone. So James Green, Austin Lee, we're from Healer. I'm one of the co-founders. So Healer is an application security solution. We combine code, runtime, and business context together in real time. We bring context to AppSec teams. So overloaded by findings, we help you enable what's at risk or find out what's at risk and help you automate the fixes for that. Our real-time service catalog automatically discovers all the services in your environment, mapping the exact change set to its running deployments. We don't require an agent. There's no tag, no build modification. So we built actually a patented algorithm to actually do this that does a unique fingerprinting process. This runtime model maps all your contributors, the languages, the dependencies, endpoints, the service-to-service communication relationships running in your cloud environment between your applications, attributing databases, API gateways. So basically models your application, creates a runtime threat model for all your running applications. The three main areas of focus: prioritizing that risk that is impactful to the business, exploitable, reachable, help identify that through all the noise that's out there. Automate remediation with developer guidance and streamlining workflows around which developer can remediate this, basically streamline the remediation process. And then we prevent reach from reaching production with the guardrails that we have in place, using that runtime context and security context to help developers make good decisions as they're developing. We're just outside the doors. You want to take a demo, and thank you.
Cool. Thank you very much. They're right outside. Healer for everyone. Just a few more minutes, and we'll set up with the next speaker. Thank you.
Test, test.
All right, everyone. This is Andrew Amaro. He's a former member of the Canadian Armed Forces. He's he has 20 years experience in security and threat intelligence. And and also he's a former technical operations agent, and he's got a wealth of experience of leading and coordinating technical teams on data exploitation, physical access, online anonymity, and digital surveillance operations in support of the Canadian National Security Investigations. Please give him a welcome, round of applause.
Can everyone hear me okay? I can't help but feel like we're going to do some sort of workout with this thing on, because I guess that's what I associate it with. I've got some cool stickers that I challenge you to come pick them up, either in the middle or afterwards. So I'm going to put them here. They're really sparkly. This one's weatherproof, so you could put it on your skateboard if you want. So I wanted to see if everyone's like, after lunch, is everyone sleeping a little bit? I want everyone to stretch out a little bit. So if you guys can just entertain me a little bit. Exactly. It's almost like we've worked together. So you could stand up for this or not, but we're going to just start clapping. All together, all right? Okay. Okay, now hold on. Keep that going. Does anybody know this song? Nobody knows this song? You can keep clapping, it's good. No? Come on, everyone's got to know this song. You can keep clapping, it's a good song, no? You can get up and dance if you want, even the people in the back, if you're sleeping and stuff. You can sleep a little bit, I'm tired too, but. Nothing? This is like, wait, Billy, don't you lose my number. Don't make me sing it, it's gonna be bad. Where I can't find you. No? Alright, fine. Okay, let me try to stop it here. And I'll sing it myself. No, I'm just kidding. That song gets me jacked up when I'm driving. It's like super old, but it's really good. Yeah, it's Phil Collins. I call him, I'm sorry, I know, it's get me in trouble with that. Phil Collins is a brand new artist, top charts. They call him Puff Collins for like the young folks. And I don't know if that joke's good or not because of Puff Daddy, I guess not really good. Anyways. So thanks for coming to my talk. I really appreciate it. It's my first time in Pasadena, and it's really cool. I only got to see like a very tiny bit of it. Got in late last night, leaving late today. I come from Ottawa in Canada, which about 4 or 5 hours from Toronto, an hour and a half from Montreal, so that type of thing. So today we're going to talk about data breaches and dark secrets, and it sounds like what it's going to be. We're going to talk about corporate side and how the corporations do certain things, but there's going to be a highlight there for ethical hackers. So if anyone's here is looking into getting into hacking or is in hacking, or I don't know, it's going to be exciting, I promise. And if it's not, then I'll give you your money back. So what's the hard truth about security? Well, one person told me a while back, security is like an onion. And not because it's all the layers. It's not because of that. Because it makes you cry. That's why. So the biggest thing that I want you to get out of this is that hackers are not the enemy. And I know this lady Mary over here is not a hacker because she doesn't want to say that, but she's a security professional. And that's what I'm kind of, yes. That's what I mean when I say hackers. So ethical hackers, security professionals, right? Hackers are not the enemy. Ignorance is. And the biggest thing that companies need to do is a mind shift. Think of this as anytime you have someone coming up to you and giving you some negative feedback, everyone hates that. Human nature, nobody likes to hear it. Even if it's true, you don't like to be criticized. Companies are no different. But ethical hackers come across as somewhat of enemies. They're treated like criminals. And a lot of them go up to companies to help them out, essentially to point out things before the real criminals do. So, corporations don't like that. Believe it from me. I've got a collection, actually I've got a wall full of cease and desist letters that are quite exciting. So that's really what happens. And a lot of the times, these companies, what ends up happening, if they don't take the help from people like myself or others, they end up having big data leaks, financial losses, and so on. So we're going to talk a bit more about that. Now, there's going to be a test at the end. So everyone, these questions here, if your data was leaked tomorrow, okay, I'm talking to the gentleman with the toque right here. If your data was leaked today, would you trust that organizations would handle it properly? No. Anyone else on a yes? No? Come on, there's got to be one person that believes in the organizations that take all of your data. No? You?
Give us free monitoring.
Yes, exactly. Free monitoring, yes, exactly. Of free monitoring from a company that was also data breached back in the day, which is amazing. So what happens to companies when they turn away from ethical hackers? So this happens a lot. And I'll tell you, it happened a lot more, let's say 10 years ago, but I still call up organizations and I'm like, oh, I noticed that you have been ransomwared by this organization, by this gang, and I want to help you essentially remediate this. And I'm told off, there's police sent, the paratroopers, there's cease and desist letter in the mail, all kinds of really nice things. It's lovely. So they ignore it all the time. Now, I didn't really introduce myself, so I'm going to do it in the middle, just to break it up. And I want to do it from the back because it's weird. So I'm going to do it from here. So I used to skateboard. I still skateboard. It's California, so I feel like that's what everyone does. Everyone skateboards, right? That's where everyone got here? Not in Pasadena? Oh, I saw the big signs outside. No skateboarding. It's like, do a kickflip. And so I want to read you something that I've written up for my book that's probably never going to come out, but it's super interesting. So if you can bear with me, I'm going to refer to my notes. There we go. I should have made the font bigger because I'm getting older and I can't see that well. So I got to look at it like this. Just kidding. It started with a different kind of thrill. Ducking security guards, dodging police, jumping fences to reach the best hidden skateboard spots. Back then, it was about testing boundaries and being creative with risk. Sometimes it meant breaking into the high school machine shop to make rails and boxes and stuff. And slipping into the local area network to change a couple of friends' marks because they didn't like to study. Later in the icy currents of the North Atlantic with the Canadian Navy, it gave those early skills the discipline and focus that would then shape my career in the high-stakes defense and intelligence. After leaving the Navy and doing some engineering school, I joined General Dynamics, did some weapons testing and emulation. Yes, it's very long, hang on. But the real test came during my tenure, decade-plus tenure with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. I'm pretty sure nobody's ever heard of it, but this guy right here, and they're kind of like the FBI, a little mix of CIA, so that type of thing. I did work with the FBI. This is the Navy one, General Dynamics, the Canadian government, and then the Five Eyes. Just so you know why I put those up there. Advancing through senior management, I focused on counterintelligence, counterproliferation, targeting threats both across physical and digital realms. So that's where I honed in, and if you look at my company that I have, Clavin, I do physical and cyber, mostly because, and I know a lot of people say this about holistic security, but I truly believe it, that you can't have security if you only focus on one piece of the puzzle. You need to have the entire thing. So today, I feel like the mindset that used to get me in trouble in skateboarding and all the other things kind of drives me today to try to protect organizations. And I really feel like skaters were actually the original hackers, because if you know a skater, he'll be sitting with you and you'll be driving and he'll be like, oh, that's a skate spot. And you look at it, just a set of stairs. Well, that's a curb. Oh, that's a skate spot. No, it's just a curb. And they really look at the environment differently. Same thing with hackers. Hackers don't see the product for what it is. Hackers see all kinds of other stuff they can do with it. So anyways, so today I try to put that mindset towards trying to help organizations become more secure. I also try to help some of the victims that actually get into, that are part of these breaches, trying to get them some coverage, trying to understand what the impact is, trying to have their back. And then I'm part of some of the other organizations, the No More Ransom Project, Stop Think Connect. And I think our friend earlier was talking about simple things as knowing what you have, so a little bit of knowing your inventory, adversary emulation, awareness training, planning for your incident response, and then SOC 2 that helps startups a ton. Promise that is it. So why do organizations, or what do organizations do when they're told that they have something to fix? Well, first of all, it's like, well, how long is this going to take? How much is it going to cost me? And is it going to delay my release of my product? And the answer is probably it's going to cost a lot, it's going to take a long time, and it is definitely going to delay your release 100%. So the business is going to turn around and be like, forget it. We need to release this, and who's ever going to target this? No one would ever do this. Forget it. This would never happen. Plus, they think ethical hackers are threats, not allies. But the reality is that ethical hackers aren't the ones that are going to ransom them for millions of dollars. The breaches typically get hidden, and we'll talk a bit more as to why this happens. And the victims are left in the dark. So if you'll probably hear from that you've been involved in a breach, probably, I don't know, if you're lucky within 6 months. Most of the time it's like a year. Anyways, they continue to be repeat victims. So most of the organizations that end up getting hit end up getting hit multiple times by different gangs. There's less trust in organizations as to how they take your data. So in the end, companies need a new playbook. And that is the truth. Thanks for coming, guys. Appreciate it. I have one example here in the city of Columbus. After a ransomware occurred, this researcher did the same thing that I typically do. I look at the data that's there, and I assess it for privacy, like the impact on individuals and the organization. So he was doing the same thing for the city of Columbus. He comes to find that there's very sensitive data that is of underage people, and so he tells the city. Guess what the city did? Gave him a bunch of money, hired him on the spot, and asked him to fix everything with no budget limits. Hang on a second. No, that's not right. So the city sued him, okay? Essentially threatened him so much that he had to get people on his side to defend him. They ended up pulling all the charges and whatever. But the idea was that they went with this old school mentality that we're going to pull all of our legal folks and we're going to write up all these scary letters to just scare people away. And let me tell you that there's nothing in East Europe where a lot of these ransomware gangs are located, like a cease and desist letter it's not going to do anything, and your legal bodies aren't going to reach that far. So you're just wasting time. You're paying $500, $600 an hour for a lawyer to write up these letters that are useless because you still have an old school mentality. Well, in reality, you should be paying $500, $600 an hour for this researcher to actually fix what he found. And they're not doing that. So what does this do? Most hackers, ethical hackers, are going to probably shy away from this. They're not going to be comfortable getting a cease and desist letter. So they're just going to discourage other people from telling you that there's issues. They're going to keep the vulnerabilities open, repeat attacks constantly. And it's going to mislead public thinking that their data is secure. Now, if we punish researchers, what's going to happen? Less people are going to come forward. And even, which it sounds kind of cool, but not. I'm not really a bad guy, but they're going to go to the dark side because they know can get more money. So if you're not going to pay me nicely, maybe $2,000 for that, penetration test that I was going to give you, I'm going to go to the dark side and get paid $3 million. So why don't I do that? That's unfortunate, but that's how the ransomware game kind of started. There's other reasons for it, but there's other examples. St. Louis reporter was charged, for using hacking tools, highly specialized hacking tools. Something called, and everyone has it on their keyboard, but no one's ever deployed it. It's called the F12 button. He pressed it, and inside the source code of the website was PII data of everyone from the Department of Education from St. Louis. So he's like, this stuff is hard-coded in there. So he told them about it, and they charged him. They arrested the guy because he was using highly sophisticated hacking tools. And I'm like, damn, if he is highly sophisticated, I'm a ninja, right? So John Jackson, actually, let me refer my notes because I don't remember what John Jackson did. Oh, I think he was the Apple guy. Yes? Yes, so he disclosed it, got a DMCA served to him by Apple. Very good, thank you. There you go. What's the next one? Can you tell me? Dennis Torovec. What is that one? Anyone remember this guy? No? Okay, let me see if I remember it. I swear this is part of my bit. Okay, I'll come back to it. I swear it's here. Hang on. No? Oh, I left it over here. Okay. So that's 2, that's 3. I got it. Yes. Oh no, shoot. Dennis was the guy. Was the Apple guy. Dennis was the Apple guy. But you were close. It's good. John Jackson was exposed from a mental health app. He just exposed some flaws. He got charged. Students in Malta reported a flaw. Police showed up at their door. Ridiculous. Now those are old, right? 2021? Well, guess what? Late last year, a German researcher found all kinds of stuff that's wrong, compiled a beautiful report, showed up at the doorstep of the company, provided to them, arrested. In the US, which is where we are here today, I know that. I had a 5-hour sleep last night, I know this. Virginia Supreme Court expanded some sort of computer crime law that allows hackers to get charged. Now, I know that DOJ, at least from my notes here, DOJ created a policy back in 2022 protecting ethical hackers. Good faith ethical hackers. That's redundant, but I know. But what I want to say is that even here in the US, you have to be cautious when you are testing stuff and ethical hacking. And you have to make sure you protect yourself, right? Even though the DOJ has something locally to the states, there's different things that they can do. They can override it, as you know. In Canada, we have zero protection. We have a law that was written back in '97, and it essentially says that if you're using any sort of computer equipment to hack, you're going to get arrested, which is amazing.
Does it talk specifically about reverse engineering and disassembly tools, or
No,
does
it's
it say just if you're using your computer to test out?
exactly.
Yeah, because there's a big difference between IDA Pro and an F12.
Yes, 100%. And it has not been updated, so there's like zero protection from it. Yeah. The other places like Lithuania actually has a ethical hacking protection. Belgium is pretty good. It goes under like a whistleblower kind of protection. So US, Europe are kind of making progress. Canada is not, and unfortunately the rest of the world needs to catch up as well. So if you are out there and you're curious, you probably want to do some of this work if you're learning on something like a cyber range or go into one of those BugCrowd, HackerOne, protected stuff. I know it's a lot of fun to attack live targets, but it might get you in trouble. So, still be fun, but you know. Okay, so ethical hackers, are they friends or foes? Friends, right, okay. So, a bad approach is when somebody comes up to you and says, hey, you should fix this because, you know, I can really do some bad stuff with it, you shouldn't ignore it. You should actually say, oh, cool. And now, obviously there's going to be the situations where someone's probably just shaking you down for some cash, no doubt. So what you do is you still acknowledge it, but validate it. So you're like, okay, I don't know who you are, let me validate this. And you become better or not. And if it's just a lie, then you just tell them to leave, right? If you threaten legal action, that's going to suck, it's going to cost you money, and does nothing. So what you should do is actually engage in some sort of responsible disclosure. You know what's going to happen. Nowadays, if you have anything that's public-facing or whatever, you're going to have some sort of responsible disclosure process in place. Don't deny the problem. You can't just deny it. This isn't like, I don't know, Cold War and it's a bunch of spies. Deny everything and no one's going to find out. No, it's going to come out eventually. So you may as well fix the issue or try to fix it. Or even if you don't fix it, say why you can't fix it, because some of them you can't fix. And then communicate openly. And never hide the breaches because they're never really hidden. I swear, everybody, or not everybody, a lot of people that I talk to truly believe that the dark web is locked off to anyone that's not a criminal. Okay? They're like, well, it's in the dark web, no one else is going to see it, just criminals. And I'm like, do you know that like people that are, freedom fighters and other people like use the same tool? It's just a browser. So it's not locked up. It takes 5 minutes to do it. But that's the reality of it. So smart companies use ethical hackers to strengthen their defenses. Now, why do companies act like this? So we talked about the ego, I guess, or maybe we didn't. Maybe I thought of it in my head. But this all comes down to ego. Humans have ego. Companies are run by humans, have ego. Intellectual property. Intellectual property. Yes. And so the fear drives bad decisions. You don't want to be embarrassed. Someone's just criticizing you and saying, hey, you messed up real bad.
Brand damage.
What's that? Brand damage? Of course, yes. So everyone's like worried about what's going to happen because this is going to come out. But it's really down to embarrassment. And the legal teams, a lot of the organizations still have CISOs really under, let's say, not really at the same level as all the C-suites. They have them reporting to a CTO, or they have them reporting to a COO or a CEO, whatever. But they are not considered to be like the prime players. So the problem is they go after the old school tactics of giving cease and desist letters and spending all the money and doing that, instead of actually asking the CISO what to do with it. So hiding problems never works. And this is the truth right here. Transparency plus action is the real defense strategy. Okay, so is anyone familiar with how breaches typically happen? Like when you get a ransomware note, and what are the steps afterwards? Anybody? Don't be shy. If you know it, you guys are lying. You know it. But we'll just go over it just for fun. Okay, so phishing. So I usually like to use lasers, freaking lasers. So a breach detection. So you get a ransomware note, systems go down, something's off. Internal staff with good intentions goes, well, I'm going to go and fix this because I'm the IT person or I'm the tech person and I know how to do it. So they're going to contact the ransomware group and initiate a conversation. That never goes well, ever. Most of these guys never bought weed off their friend in high school and now they're talking to international criminals. Never going to work. So attackers are going to escalate immediately because the conversation goes south real quick. 48 hours to a week goes by, and now all the data is on the dark web. Remember that place that nobody goes to. So they do that. Researchers like myself would go in there and be like, hey guys, I looked at the data, you should really do something about it. I get ignored, told off with profanities, served cease and desist letters, and verbally attacked or sued. Now, this all happens, then the current MSP, IT people say, it's all good, we have a backup. We could just blow it all away and recover it. Cool. But guess what's included in that backup? Anybody? Yes, exactly. The bad stuff. And they're going to be repeat victims again. Surprise. Now, what I would love to see is this. When the first step happens and they get the ransomware note, is they contact somebody that actually does this for a living. Because those criminals do this for a living. So instead of me acting like, I'm gonna need some more time, I need to talk to my boss, is there any way we can just forget all this happened? You guys are criminals anyways. You guys are idiots. No, I'm gonna talk to them you got me. How are we gonna get out of this, right? How are we gonna remediate this as fast as possible? So the ransomware reduction will happen. So go from, the most famous one is 250 to 25,000. So over 80% you can save, let's say. I'll actually get a penetration test from the gangs, if you ask them nicely. They'll actually tell you how they got in. You're getting a penetration test for, let's say, 25K. That's a deal. No doubt, it's an actual real deal. Then we go through and we're like, okay, we're gonna make sure that we remove the data from the dark web. Now there's a lot of ifs and buts there. But the idea is that we try to get it off the web as much as possible. It's a negotiation, there's a conversation. We also do the privacy and data impact analysis. And what does this mean? If you're a client and your driver's license, passport, all kinds of stuff is part of the data, you're at risk of getting your identification stolen. And you're going to be fighting for years to fix that. The organization, if they have any sort of, let's say, invoices and things like that, we're going to have to beef up, let's say, your accounts procurement process. Simple as that. So it's more of looking at what the data is there, thinking if I were an attacker, what would I use it for and how would I use it? And then you have to implement it. None of this stuff's being done there. They think it's just going to be removal. Anyways. Did that, address gaps leading to the breach, because now we have the report. And then the other thing is looking for a little bit more of other things that we can build up a solid foundation for security. So that was my kind of suggestion as how companies can improve and do that better. The other thing is, we already talked about it, is why not let the CISO, by the way, the CISO's this guy, right there, with the Spider-Man hoodie type guy, I don't know. So there's two examples here. The wrong way, I don't know if you guys heard of a company that's in Canada called London Drugs? Yes? Okay. So they're on the West Coast. They had a breach, massive breach. The COO and CEO come out and said, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. 2 days later, it's a different story. Everything's bad. I was looking at the story, and I'm like, that is the worst way to actually handle that situation. Now I don't believe anything you're saying, and I'm never going to go there and buy anything. And if I were a client, I'd be worried as hell. So you get misleading reports to the media. There's no CISO in place. There's no technical person actually talking to the media or giving you actual data. The right way would be like Blue Yonder. I don't know if you guys, they're a supplier for big chains like Starbucks and things like that. Nobody heard of them? Yes? That's a good example of how to deal with a breach. Immediately when it came out that they were breached, they immediately brought someone out like a CISO. I don't actually know their title, but they were talking about, yes, something's occurred. We are investigating. And as soon as we have more information, we'll let you know. What's wrong with that? That's amazing. That means that I'm trusting you. If something else happens, that you're probably going to learn from this event, instead of hiding it and not learning anything. So own the problem and own the fix. Simple. But again, it comes back to the ego and the fear and the old school mentality of business, right? The other thing that companies need to do is independent assessments. And why independent? Because again, if you do, you can't assess yourself. If you're asked, okay, tell me what your strengths and weaknesses, which is the most famous interview questions, you're not really going to be truthful. So the idea is that you're having someone else come in there that is going to essentially find out what are the issues without any problems with ego, without any political ties, without any worries about their position being canned or them being canned. Independent assessments, doesn't matter, they're the key to actually uncovering real things. You can't self-audit, so bring in independent experts. Sounds simple, but this is like the truth. And it bypasses those egos, bypasses the internal politics, friendships, all this other stuff that typically creates a biased evaluation. Cool? Now, I don't know if I scared anyone from being ethical hacker. Probably not, because if you're like me, it just excited you, and you're like, yes, it's a challenge. I'm going to do more of this because I want to be like Andrew and get that wall of cease and desist letters. I can just give you a copy of them and just change the name at the bottom, but they all kind of look the same. I think they use the same template. Understand that rejection is part of the game. We're in security. Rejection is always part of the game. You're always telling somebody that they can do something better. It's not like you're going around complimenting people and complimenting companies. You're literally always criticizing them. You're the guy that walks in the door and they're like, damn, he's going to tell me that I really look stupid today in this t-shirt. You know, that type of thing. So that's just part of it, though. But if you come in with the intention of helping, it comes across a lot less negative. So just remember that. Covering your butt, document everything. Use platforms such as like the Bug Crowd and a bunch of the other platforms that allow you to search for bug bounties, but as you're being protected, you're protected from the law. Don't let, a couple of stumbles stop you. Take those as learning. Like we're talking about making companies accept the fact that they've made mistakes and learning from that. Same with you as an ethical hacker. If you're going to fail, fail fast, fail many, many times until you become the best and continue doing it. The other thing is join bug bounties, the CTF that's going on right now, things like this. Do a lot of networking, help friends out, be part of the community, and that's what's going to build up your name. And once people know that you're not just a criminal that's calling, and if I have time, I'll tell you a story about another Andrew that works for Lockbit, which is another ransomware group. But anyways, network activity is human connection will never be replaced. So you need to know that coming to a conference like this is priceless. I've met a lot of great people, gentleman in the back, we talked over lunch. And so security researchers really changed the industry, so keep pushing forward. That's like the message, right? And now to get a little tearful here. Future of cybersecurity is collaboration. Isn't that wonderful? No? What's that? Yes. Shall we sing that? I have the song here. No? Just kidding. For next time. OWASP? Yes, it is. Very good, yes. So transparency is the biggest thing. Being ethical, doing the right thing, and having the right approach is what's really going to push security. And have security not looked at as a cost center, but looked at as an investment. And that's the reality, right? Security is always like an afterthought. Everyone's like, push the code, push the code. People probably know Dilbert, right? But there's like that little comic that says, okay guys, start coding, I'm going to go find out what the client wants, right? Companies should really open up some more of like the vulnerability disclosure programs, have that channel. If you have people coming to you telling you that something needs to be fixed, you probably should be open to that because it's good feedback. Keep advocating for transparency, so everyone in here should be saying, let's share. Even if you find something bad, share with other your friends. If you have like other techniques that you can share, do the same thing. Stay engaged, never give up. Always cause trouble in a good way, obviously. Build trust and take action. And I want to say thank you. Don't lose my number, but wait a second. I wanted to go back to that. Do I have like 5 minutes? Yes? Yes, okay. So I called up this client, and I'm like, I'm Andrew calling from Clavin, and I saw that you have a bunch of data on the dark web, and the lady's like, oh, yesterday you called me and you're from Lockbit. And I'm like, what? No. She's like, well, the gang actually called me, and his name was Andrew. And I'm like, oh, well, that sucks. I guess I can't get out of this one. She's like, yeah, it sounds kind of suspicious that you have the same name, and you sound the same as the other guy. So what are the chances, right? I feel like they've just been following me and just been using my name now. Anyways, so that's what happens. But all in all, the ransomware stuff is horrible. It destroys a lot of people's lives, destroys a lot of companies. But it's more of us how we actually deal with it. It's okay to put policies and say that you're not going to pay, you're not going to negotiate with terrorists, you're not going to pay stuff. The reality is that you need to get out of situations as fast as possible. You need to remediate those things. And I know it sucks to negotiate with people that are trying to rip you off, but it is kind of the game. And so I really appreciate you guys coming out. I hope you liked what I talked about. If you have any questions, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. Don't be shy. And please come get some stickers because I can't take them back. And yeah, thanks for coming. Anyone have any questions before you go? No? Maybe? Yes?
So a lot of what you mentioned kind of falls within risk for business.
Mm-hmm.
Have you found any success talking to insurance providers to generate results?
I have actually gone that route. The insurance providers are almost as afraid as the organizations to speak with us. So what they technically do, they might not be as rude, they might not sue you, but they'll get their own people to go check it out. So it is a valid route. A lot of the times it's hard to know which organization has which insurance company. So in order for us to find that out, you know, so, but it would be nice if we had that connection, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
Have you seen more and more companies or insurance providers telling their
Just reminder, we still have a CTF going on, pacifichackers.com. And our next talk by Kennedy Toomey, Expose Detection Rules, What's Next for Defenders. That will start in about 15, 20 minutes. Thank you. All right, 3 p.m. How's everybody digesting food? Yeah, nap time. All right, folks. So without further ado, exposing detection rules with what's next for defenders. This is Kennedy Toomey. She is a technical advocate for security in Datadog. She's deeply passionate about increasing accessibility to best security practices and simplifying application security process for developers. So please give a round of applause for Kennedy.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Cool, hope you're having a good SunSecCon so far and SCaLE in general. Now, I don't have any fun music like Andrew had before, so I'm sorry I didn't think that far ahead, but let's get started and let's talk about exposed detection rules, what's next for defenders. So I'm Kennedy Toomey. I'm an application security researcher and advocate at Datadog. Previously, I was a senior application security engineer at an app development company, and I had a brief stint as a software engineer. Now, that didn't last long, which I'm really grateful for because it led me into application security. So now we're here to talk today about open source security tools. And I can almost guarantee that everyone has used one before, but can I see a show of hands to see, has anyone used an open source security tool before? Yeah, right? So they're pretty prevalent, and some are very broad. They have a lot of options. You can do a lot of different things with them. You know, first thing that comes to mind is Zap, previously OWASP Zap. I think they dropped OWASP from the name. But it's a very broad web pen testing tool where there's so much that you can do and configure within it. But then there are some tools that solve very specific problems and that are very targeted and focused. I'm thinking tools like Hydra, which if you're not familiar with Hydra, it's an account takeover attack tool, but specifically the goal is to see if your website is vulnerable to ATO attacks. But there is so much that can be done with just the ATO attacks and Hydra. And all of these tools have shaped the cybersecurity industry. We all use them. They are a part of our day-to-day. And these tools were created usually as passion projects by someone else in the industry who also loves security and wanted to make a change. And today, specifically, we are going to be focusing on security in the SDLC. And if you're not familiar with the SDLC, it is the software development lifecycle. So we want to think about how we are securing the developer's machines when we are writing code, also the actual code being written, the software that we're writing. We want to think about how we are doing this in a CI/CD pipeline, and then at the end, continuous testing. And this is a never-ending loop. This is not just a line, it's a loop because we're constantly developing, constantly maintaining part of our software. And so how do these tools work? And we're also today going to focus specifically on detection tools within the SDLC. But there are 3 ways that these tools start to detect different vulnerabilities. First, we have flagging against detection rules. So these detection rules are a set of predefined criteria of potentially malicious activity. So in simplicity, it's looking for a pattern. We're trying to pattern match. And now let's take a step back from security and think about if we are creating a website and we are looking for the perfect shade of blue. We don't want it too light, we don't want it too dark, and we want more gray undertones. So we kind of have that criteria. And now as we're developing, we can go through a color chart and pick out different colors and different shades of blue that match exactly what we want and what we're looking for. And we don't have one shade in mind, we have a spectrum of shades. However, we're still able to match that, and that's exactly what detection rules do. And now, our second way is comparing against a database. which this is a little more simple. It's a one-to-one comparison. We're looking at one thing, and we're comparing it to a list. And so we can go back to the website and now say we worked with a designer, and they gave us a list of different hex codes of exact blue shades that we need to match. So as we're developing our site and we're starting to pick colors, we know exactly which ones we need to select, a one-to-one match. And then lastly, we have running an attack script. And while sometimes I want to say running a fake attack script, these attack scripts are real. They might not have malicious intent as we are running it, but they're still attack scripts because the whole point of these is to simulate or carry out an attack. Again, not with malicious intent. We need to prove that our website is not vulnerable to account takeover attacks. How do we do that besides actually running that attack? And so one last time, let's go back to our fake website that we're making, and let's think of the blue again. And now, if you're familiar with accessibility in web, we know that contrast is very important as we're developing to ensure that people with different visual impairments, whether it's a lack of, or whether someone is colorblind, or just if they have not great eyes. Again, look at me wearing glasses. There are tools and there are scripts to actually check to see if the contrast is high enough so that people with visual impairments have a greater likelihood of seeing it. This is kind of like an attack script. And now we're not going to talk too much about these today, but even if they have a helping hand in security and with security teams, they can be used in the same way for threat actors. But they have malicious intent where security engineers and defenders don't have that intent. So I have two key questions that I want you to be thinking about throughout this presentation. First, how do attackers leverage open source security tools? Okay, I see everyone's wheels turning, hopefully. And then how can open source contributors stay ahead of adversaries? Okay, so be thinking of these throughout the entire presentation. But let's move on. We've got a challenge, of course. That's kind of why we're here. And so open source security tools are a double-edged sword. They empower defenders, but they also aid attackers. And I'll go into that a little bit more. So first, empowering defenders. These tools are accessible security solutions, and that is one of the biggest things. This is from both an availability standpoint and from a price standpoint, because these tools, you can go on GitHub right now, and you can access these tools. You can pull them down right now and get them set up on your application. But also, they're free. And security tools, they're expensive. Everyone knows this. It's a fact of the industry. And not everyone can afford every security tool. And that's okay. But everyone can afford open source security tools. And these tools allow for people of all different aspects of web, but also from different aspects of whether they're a startup or whether they are an enterprise or whether you are a single person maintaining open source code. There are so many different options for different needs. But then we also have community-driven improvements because people are constantly making suggestions and improvements to these tools to make the tool best suited for their needs. But guess what? As they're making them suited for their needs, that might help you. And this constant collaboration, that makes these tools successful, and that makes more people want to use them, especially if I tell a friend, hey, I've been really enjoying this tool. Well, then maybe they will go look at it, and maybe they'll start using it, and then they spread the word. So as more people use it, the more the tool can improve. And then with rapid innovation, new tools are popping up all the time, which is awesome because some of these tools fill gaps that you didn't even know you needed or that you didn't even know existed. And so with this, we're constantly being able to push security forward and add more layers to our security defense. But let's look at the other side. We have to look at some of the advantages that attackers have when trying to bypass open source security tools. They have access to detection rules, which availability is everything. That's the whole point of open source security tools. So these attackers, these threat actors, they're able to go in to the repo and look at the detection rules. And knowing exactly how a tool will alert to certain things, it makes it easier to create workarounds to bypass those detections. And now they can also understand the limitations and the blind spots. And this can be done because they're able to test the tool. They are able to set up the tool against something and run their attack against it. And they can see how it performs. And once they're able to test and understand how everything works, they're then able to use that knowledge to create attacks that bypass those rules and bypass those detections. And then lastly, just as for defenders, we're rapidly innovating, these attackers and the threat actors, they're able to adapt very quickly. And they're able to see all code changes made in a repo. And they're able to track those changes and stay up to date with different defense mechanisms. And from there, they continue to adapt their attacks. So let's look at a few case studies. Datadog has multiple open source security tools available. I'm going to be talking today about GuardDog and the supply chain firewall. Now, I will point out, I have some QR codes on the screen, later, not yet, that will link you to the different repositories. Scan them at your own risk. I know this is a security conference and that no one likes to scan QR codes, especially, again, you don't know me, but I promise they're safe. But if you don't trust me, I will have them all shown at the end. And if you happen to forget to take a picture or look at those, they're pretty easy to find. You can Google GuardDog, you can Google supply chain firewall, and you can find them pretty easily. So let's go into GuardDog. Again, there's the QR code if you want it. This is an open source SCaLE tool to identify malicious packages. But it does this by inspecting the source code. And so it uses metadata analysis, SemGrep rules, and Yara rules. So it runs a set of heuristics against the package source code to see if it finds anything that's suspicious in the source code. So I've got a few examples for you, just so you can see how the tool runs before we go any further. So here, we're doing a command, GuardDog scan requests. Now, this is for Python specifically. GuardDog does have a few different languages that it supports. Python and NPM are two of the main ones. It also has some Go support. But if you're familiar, requests is a pretty popular Python package. And it's well known. And as we can see here, we found that there were 0 potentially malicious indicators in this. I'm not shocked. At this point, I would feel comfortable adding requests into my code. Now, we have another package that we're trying to scan. I'm going to call this X. It's a jumble of letters. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. But in this case, we're going to call it X. As we can see, there were 2 potentially malicious indicators found. Okay, so the first one, empty information. It was just missing a description on PyPy, the package manager. Okay, that has me thinking, but that's not end all be all. That's not, I would not use this. But then, let's look at the second indicator. It is trying to execute a base 64 encoded string when at runtime. Now, to me, this looks suspicious. This kind of rings alarm bells in the back of my head. Whatever I'm using this package for, I'm going to try to find a replacement. I don't think I want to actually add this into my code. And then next, we're taking a look at beautiful SUP4. Again, for any Python lovers out there, you might be familiar with beautiful SOUP4. We're just missing a little O in there. But that could be an honest mistake. That could be an honest typo that just you're working through it so fast. And that's why this is so cool, because we found two potentially malicious indicators. Specifically, typo squatting. It's saying, hey, beautiful SUP4 kind of looks like beautiful SOUP4. Are you sure you want this? And in this case, no, I would want beautiful SOUP4. So let's go into some of the detection rules. And this is an example pulled right from GitHub. And I'm going to be honest, this is one of the shorter ones. And I did that for a few reasons. First, I wanted it to fit on the screen, because some of them are pretty complex and take up many, many lines of code, and that would not be easy to go through with y'all. Number two is, I was looking for simplicity. I wanted a rule that we could easily understand as a group, especially if we don't have SemGrep knowledge, which I don't expect anyone to have this. So let's just take a look at this. And we can see in the description that we want to identify when the install command is overwritten in setup.py, because this means that something is being overwritten and will start automatically running when the package is installed. That's scary. I don't want that to happen. And as we go down more, we can see that we're looking for patterns, okay? This isn't shocking considering what we talked about in our detection rules earlier, but we're looking at something called patterns either. This is essentially or. I'm looking for this pattern or this pattern. An alert if you see at least one of them. And so we're looking for either setuptools.setup or just plain setup. And then we also have some metadata at the bottom where we're doing some regex. We're looking for either install, develop, or egg info. So I'm just gonna say it's not always bad when the install command is overwritten in setup.py. However, we often see it taken advantage of. This is often something that I don't want to happen, especially if I'm not writing it that way and if I have to trust someone else as we're doing this. So let's take a look at how we want to, or how we're going to try to, evade guard dog. And so this is the exact same rule. Nothing has changed, but let's think about it from an attacker perspective. We know this is using SemGrep rules, but again, we might not all be experts in SemGrep. So I took this as an opportunity to use an AI tool. Attackers have those at the ready. They have that in their tool belt, so I felt it was appropriate to use this. And now, I do want to point out that AI tools are not always right. They are not always reliable. However, it could give a threat actor a starting point, and that's all they need. They just need a spark. They need an idea. And whether the answer works perfectly and they don't have to change anything, or whether it just starts them down a rabbit hole and they're able to keep going until they find something that works, we'll have to see. But what I did I asked the tool, and I framed it like I was a security engineer trying to better protect and secure the rule. I asked, what are different ways an attacker could work around this rule so they are not detected? And now, again, I'm of the mindset of an attacker right now, but I made sure to say I'm a security engineer trying to protect it. And you want to know what the suggestion was? Right now, we're specifically watching install, develop, and egg info. Why don't we try to target something other than install? Why don't we try to overwrite build or sdist? Because they both also execute during package operations. And now, this is just one idea. It's just one way where we can start and start thinking about, oh, maybe we can try that. So let's talk about how we can even attempt to maintain guard dog when that's kind of the reality. But the good news is that things we miss inspire rule enhancements. And sometimes we can be proactive about it, but sometimes we do have to be reactive. So our team, we have a security research team that part of their job is working on maintaining guard dog. So what they do weekly, they look for new malicious packages that have advisories on osv.dev. This is something where every week the team gets together and they go through this. And they're trying to find ways that they can enhance the rule based on new advisories that they're finding. They also have to stay up to date from other researchers, because if they're only looking at one resource, who knows what they could be missing elsewhere. So they're looking through other blog posts if they're following other researchers on different platforms. They're just trying to stay up to date and to stay knowledgeable, because the more information they have, the better they're able to secure some of these rules. And now, of course, again, with anything, there is a challenge. And this is especially true when we're trying to create detection rules, because there's a never-ending struggle when creating a security tool, trying to balance the right amount of strictness of a tool so that it's effective, but also we don't want false positives. Because with false positives, I as a security engineer don't want to have to go through hundreds of false positives, because that kind of wastes my time. That's a lot of time spent having to go through different things. And if I, someone who works in security and who likes to look at vulnerabilities, doesn't want false positives, can you imagine how the developers want those false positives? They don't. The more false positives you get, the less likely you are to use the tool or even trust the true positives. So we really try to ensure a low false positive rate, but that means some of the tools have to be a bit more strict, because if we open it up too much, we can start to see a lot more false positives. So let's talk about the supply chain firewall now. And this is a newer tool. It was released back in November. It is an open source CLI tool to prevent the installation of malicious packages, specifically from Python and NPM, or Python and JavaScript. And the goal of this was actually for engineers to help protect their development workstations from compromise from a supply chain attack. So we don't even want this installed. We don't even want this to get to the point where we can use it and run it in our code. This is a step before. And so with this, we actually do use a database for detection. So the tool collects all the targets that would be installed by a given pip or npm command, and it checks them against reputable sources of data on on open source malware and vulnerabilities. And with this, if it finds something malicious, it will automatically block those targets. So let's take a look. And so first, we are going to run the supply chain firewall against requests. As we can see, it found nothing malicious, and so it installed successfully. Now we're going to run it against passports.js. And if you're familiar with JavaScript, you might have heard of passports. Well, passports and passports.js, not the same. So we'll let it run again so y'all can see it. But as we could see previously, and again, I'll give it another few seconds to get this back on the screen, we can see, drum roll, that it actually did not install that package because of 2 reasons. And now here are the 2 reasons. The first is Datadog Security Research's public malicious packages dataset. Now, that's really hard to say. It's not a short title, but there is a QR code if you're interested in checking it out. It is an open source dataset of over 5,000 malicious software packages identified by Datadog. And this specifically is done as part of our security research efforts in supply chain security. And most of the malicious packages added were identified by GuardDog. And then we also have osv.dev, which, if you're familiar with this, or if you're not familiar, it's the open source vulnerability database. It aggregates various well-known vulnerability databases and puts them all in one place. And you might have heard of something called the OSV scanner. This is the database behind that. And so now let's think about how can we evade the supply chain firewall, which I've abbreviated here, SCFW. But there's one main truth. The malicious package has to exist in the database for us to be able to flag it, right? In a one-to-one comparison, we need the one to compare it to. So now we have to think about database accuracy and trust. How do we keep it up to date? And how do we trust the other database? So let's think back to our public malicious packages dataset. Again, most of these packages have been identified by GuardDog. But every single one of the software packages included in this have been manually triaged by a human. So someone on the team goes through and looks through each one to confirm that it should be in that data set and to confirm that we want it in that data set. And then we also acknowledge that there's selection bias. And this is because most things were identified by a single rule set, which is GuardDog. And that because it has the selection bias, it might not accurately represent the entire landscape of software supply chain security malware, which is why we also use osv.dev, because we want to make sure that we're covering our bases and to make sure that we're having and providing all the information that's possible. So with osv.dev, it's a well-known and respected resource. If you go to that site, it lists out all the databases that it compiles info from, so we can do an extra set of fact-checking. But if you look at those databases, it's GitHub advisories, it's Google advisories. These are some well-known companies that have these data sets as well, and they're all being compiled into one place. So now let's think, how can we stay ahead? Or at least, how do we not fall light years behind? Because that's the goal. There is so much going on in security. How do we just make sure that we're not lagging behind. So first off, we have proactive threat modeling. And I know threat modeling, finding time for this is hard. There's no set maintenance schedule, especially within open source. How do we have time for this? Well, use the resources that you have. Use different AI tools to help if you can. And this might not have to be a traditional threat model. It could be, but it doesn't have to be. Maybe do something like the weekly research check. How can we just try to stay up to date on different things? Next, leverage the community. The open source community and the security community, they want to help. They want to use these tools. They want to make these tools better. So ask questions of your users. Find ways to get valued input and encourage responsible disclosure. If someone notices something, if someone notices a bug, ask that they disclose it, because that will make the product better and that will make the tool better. And then lastly, try to automate things. Whether this is creating an RSS feed to pull in different articles that interest you and that will help you with this tool, or automating the rule creation process, like we do with the malicious data set. Now again, we always have a person checking it to ensure validity, but it saves so much time having it automated to get it to the point where we can check. And now, everyone wants to help, right? Everyone wants to contribute, absolutely. Yeah. So, how can you help? First, use open source security tools. Most of you already are doing it, but who says you can't use more? The more a tool is used, the more refinement it gets. And as tools become more popular, more time might be able to be allocated for maintenance. Now, we can also create new issues in the repositories. Do you notice that your favorite tool could have additional detection rules? Why don't you just create an issue? Suggest a fix. It's the easiest way to contribute without actually writing code. But now if you can, contribute to the code. A lot of open source repos, they have a file in there that tell you how to contribute. How can you help? And these maintainers are normally so excited to have other contributors because it means they can focus on other things. So, of course, we've got some bad news. This issue is never going to be fully resolved, right? It's the name of the game. It's what makes threat actors so good. It's what makes hackers so good. They're always finding workarounds. They're always looking for the next new thing. Now, granted, it's kind of what makes our job so fun, because there's always something new to learn. There's always something new to protect against. But this is never going away. Now there is good news. These tools are free and accessible. I'd rather have some sort of open source tool implemented than have no tools at all, because something is better than nothing. And guess what? You don't have to announce that you're using a specific tool, right? If you want to, that's up to you. But how would an attacker know that you have a certain protection that you're using on your machine, that you're using in the CLI, if you don't broadcast it? And if they don't know, it makes it a lot harder for them to work around that tool. And there is also some things that we're doing to try to help the community. Our security research team does work with the package managers at NPM and PyPy to help remove some of these malicious packages to make things safer for the community, even if you're not using the open source tool. Because we don't want to just help protect people who are using our tool, whether it's open source or not. We're trying to help the community in general. And so with this, I hope I didn't scare you away from using open source security tools, because that's not the goal. The goal is to encourage them, but also be aware and be thinking about how can this be bypassed. So with that, we do have a security newsletter that my team is putting out. We share both internal research that we do and external research. And we take turns as a team putting this together, so we have diversity of thought and diversity of experience, just collecting these articles and blog posts. So highly recommend, if you're looking for a new newsletter to follow, you'll get this monthly. And here is, as promised, all of the repositories that I discussed earlier. If you'd rather take a picture, then use the QR codes. And with that, I want to open it up to questions. Yes? Yeah, so Datadog does have something called Security Labs, which is our security blog where we post different vulnerabilities that we found. We had a recent one all about AMI attacks that one of my colleagues, Seth Art, found, and he disclosed to AWS and published a whole blog post on with a video. So we have a lot of really cool research shown at Security Labs, if you're interested. Yes? You don't have to. And something cool with the supply chain firewall is you can actually add the command right to, as you run pip, you can actually hide it. So when you run like pip install, you can automatically have the supply chain firewall running in the background. It all depends on your needs and what you feel comfortable with. However, yes, you absolutely can use them hand in hand together, but they don't rely on each other. You can definitely use them separate. Mhm. That is a great question. I think it depends. I'm gonna say it's mainly by name because a lot of them are spun up to be more malicious. However, if there is a specific version that's malicious, then I believe that will be indicated. Okay. Mhm. Well, so they are both CLI tools. So you can add them to the pipeline, and of course, if you want to integrate more, but they're very separate. They are very much for developer use before it even gets to the platforms. Okay, well, if there are no more questions, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I hope y'all have a good rest of your day.
Woo! Thank you, everyone. Give it up for Kennedy. Yay. We will resume in 15 minutes with the next talk with Max. Thank you. Reminder, we have a CTF going on right now, pacifichackers.com. So anything from entry-level challenges to reverse engineering. Let me know.
Hello. All right. Nice. This is working. Jen, I need a mic check. What am I using? Yeah, sure. Hello. All right. Nice. This is working. Okay. Very clean. Thank you. I'll run that back behind me. Yeah, max view is fine. All right. Actually, we were talking earlier. Maybe the full last name, just because it sounds funny. Or
Okay, so.
whatever you want.
Van Blankenberg?
Blankenberg.
Blankenberg.
Yeah.
Okay. Van Blankenberg. Got it. So we're going to give everybody a couple of minutes here.
Oh, you got to turn it on.
Now okay. We're going to give just a couple minutes so that we can get everybody in here.
Thanks.
You guys are waiting to hear this speech. You know you are. This is going to be an amazing session by Max.
I'll do my best.
No, the bar is way up here already.
Might as well quit already. No.
We're not
No,
quitters.
You're stuck here with me now. Haha.
So we'll give people just a few minutes to filter in here. So how many people met somebody that they didn't know yet today? Yeah? Awesome. Let's keep this community growing. Alone we're all strong, together unstoppable. We're all in this together. Especially now. All right, we'll give a couple minutes here. Look at us, we're early. That never happens in our industry. So how many people here learned something new today? Sir, what did you come here? What equaled success? You didn't raise your hand that you learned something new.
Who are you pointing to?
You right here. Oh, you did? Oh, okay, I didn't see you.
Here.
Okay, you didn't raise your hand. Okay. So let's try this one more time. Raise it higher. How many people learned something new today? There we go.
Now everyone's raising their hand because they don't want to get called on.
Hey, you know, fair enough. And if you haven't learned something new yet, hopefully you will right here with Max.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Me too.
All right, it's 4 o'clock. We're going to start on time. How's that sound to everybody? All right, so Jen Winters, COO, Pacific Hackers. I am here to introduce you to this amazing person that's going to teach you. So after you walk out of here, I want everybody to raise their hands and say that you learned 2 new things today. Fair?
And if you didn't, come to me afterwards because I didn't do my job thoroughly.
Yes. So it is my pleasure to introduce Max. And it's von Blackensberg. So he is a security researcher at SemGrep, and he's also the person that developed the CTF that has been running all day, along with some other people with specific hackers. He is my why in a lot of senses, and why we do what we do in this industry. And so with that, I will hand it off to Max.
Thank you very much, Jen. Yeah, thanks for coming, everyone. Second to last talk of the day. I definitely recommend the talk that's coming right after me. Hopefully it won't make you too tired. I know it's been a long day. Today I'm going to teach, maybe just refresh on how to write a vulnerability disclosure. I'm going to get right into it because to explain the motivation for me to create this talk, I have to give you my background. I currently work at SemGrep. I've been there about 2 years. My main job there is to research new vulnerabilities in open source enterprise software. And they're like, honestly, there's tens that come out every day. In open source software, I usually get like 3 to 5, and expand that to all enterprise software. You know, there's probably like 20, 30 vulnerabilities coming out every single day. My job is to research these vulnerabilities. Specifically, my goal for SemGrep is to tell SemGrep customers if they're vulnerable to this CVE, to this vulnerability, where in their code base they're vulnerable, how to mitigate or eliminate said vulnerability, etc. Now, I know this is a developer conference first and foremost. I built this talk for a security audience, for people that are interested in bug bounties, pen testing, but I assure you that this talk is also going to be very useful if you're in the developer space. In fact, I am kind of excited at this opportunity to hear from you. So, but before we get into it, this dynamic of vulnerability disclosure, I'm going to go over some key terms. These I'm going to be using throughout the talk, so I want to make sure we're on the same page. First and foremost, a vulnerability can be roughly defined as an oversight in a piece of software that directly allows a malicious actor to cause harm to users of said software. It's not a dictionary definition, it's just simple definition. A disclosure is a public record of a software vulnerability published by a CNA. CNA is a CVE numbering authority, and to explain that, we have to explain a CVE ID. It's basically an ID used to identify a vulnerability. We'll get more into it later. And the numbering authority is what issues these IDs. And the basics in the most simple way. CVSS scores are a common vulnerability scoring system. It tells you how dangerous a vulnerability is, roughly. And a security researcher is usually that finds bugs in software, security bugs in software. That's a very vague term, but for the purposes of this talk, that's what a security researcher is going to be called. So let's get into it. Today, I'm going to start by describing CVEs in the vulnerability ecosystem to kind of tell you exactly why I'm interested in this topic and I want to share it. And then we'll go dig into the details, go over key factors for a good disclosure, and I'll give you good and bad examples of each. And finally, at the end, probably won't have time for this, I'll briefly mention how to write your own disclosure, like practically, and end with a summary. Okay, let's let me start with the why. To give you some background on the vulnerability ecosystem in the United States and the world, the way it works is, of course, you have hackers, pen testers, criminals, white hat hackers finding security vulnerabilities. And sometimes they mention it privately to like Microsoft or Apple and it gets patched, but sometimes they publish it publicly because they want the entire community to know about it. And if you're going to publish it publicly, you're going to want to put it in a vulnerability database. These are incredibly useful. These public vulnerability databases exist to collect and store all the public CVE information out there of all time. That's the ultimate goal. The NVD, the National Vulnerability Database, is the most well-known of these. It is the main one for the United States and most of Europe, I believe, too. It has over 200,000 CVEs, confirmed CVEs. And for example, when I mentioned the CVE identifier before, it looks like this. CVE 2021-44228 is the designator for the log4j Java vulnerability. I assume most of you are familiar with that. So the way it works is when security researchers find this bug, they sometimes talk to the software developers and try to get it fixed, and then they do a coordinated disclosure, but ultimately it gets sent to a CNA who reviews it for correctness before signing a CVE ID and then making a public disclosure. Now the reason I'm talking about this is because in my brief 2 years of experience, I've seen quite a lot of variance in the quality of these disclosures. Some of them are very well written, clearly very well researched by smart people that know what they're doing, and more importantly, they have the goal of trying to teach people about the vulnerability so that it can be fixed and people can protect themselves from it. But other times, there are researchers out there that are just trying to prove that they found a vulnerability, trying to maybe strong-arm a developer team into fixing their bug or giving them a CVE so that they have some kind of, I'll just say, I didn't want to use the word clout so early, but let's say clout chasing. But the reason I bring this up is because this can be a little bit of a problem if the only reason you're submitting a vulnerability is to get credit for it, because the vulnerability disclosure is actually incredibly important. There's a lot of people that rely on this. Most obviously, the developers of the product that you're disclosing this vulnerability to need to know the details of it so they can fix it. They need to know where in the code it is. They need to know what the risk is to the system. They need to know what a malicious actor can do to it and what kind of steps in the program need to happen for this to take place. That, by far, is the most important group, but they're not the only group of people that need to know about the disclosure. Red teamers, for example, would love to see a POC so that when they go on red team operations, they can have a tool to test people's code for these vulnerabilities very easily. Blue teamers will want to create YARA rules or detection rules to detect these specific vulnerabilities in the wild. AppSec engineers will want to build it into their scanners, and users, of course, will want to upgrade their packages. This is why we have Windows updates like every other day. So users need to know when there's a vulnerability. So this is a lot of pressure, and I kind of understand where security researchers are coming from when they kind of when they kind of submit a bunch of vulnerabilities for anything that they can find. Now, I haven't given a lot of background on this. Let me try to put this in perspective. Has anyone here been involved in a bug bounty program or tried to build one for your company or tried to submit a bug bounty? Well, we have one person. The reason I bring that up is because what a lot of people realize when they start a bug bounty program is they just get a wave of submissions. It's like, hey, they open up to the public, hey, please, if you find a bug in our software, please tell us. They open it up and they get like 20, 30 submissions in the first day and you go through and read it and they don't have a lot of information. Maybe they're submitted by a bot or AI generated, or it's clear that they maybe read one part of the code and then immediately submitted without reading the rest of the code to see if it was actually contextually viable. So, and I kind of get that. And the reason I get that is because most people that go into red teaming, pen testing, don't do it because they want to talk to people. Or they don't do it because they want to write reports and explain their process. They want to hack. They want to break stuff. I'm like this too. I want to find a vulnerability in the software, and then once the problem's solved, move on. But the reality is that if you're going to do any sort of pen testing or red teaming professionally, you're going to need to be able to explain you're going to have to explain the vulnerability, how you exploited it, what the risk is, and if you're not able to do that, your usefulness is going to be incredibly limited. My manager at SimRep was formerly running red team operations, and she would say that for the first week, you put the team together and you ran your operation, you enumerated the endpoints, you found all the vulnerabilities you could, and the next several weeks were spent writing the report. There's a bias of around 10% hacking, 90% report writing, and otherwise. So this is the sad truth of it. If you're going to be going into a security research position, pen testing, red team, you're going to be writing a lot of reports. You're going to have to be explaining your process to people. But here's where I turn it around. Here's the good part. Why should you write a good, detailed disclosure? Most importantly, the better your bug bounty disclosure is, the more money you will get statistically. Bug bounty programs have differential payouts, as many of you may know, depending on the severity of the vulnerability and other factors like how quickly they're able to patch it, how easily you're able to work together and get a disclosure out quickly. Like just taking HackerOne for example, detailed, well-written reports are more likely to get bounties in the first place because HackerOne is a professional pen test program, and of course they get a lot of bug bounties, and most of them are thrown out. So if you want to actually be taken seriously, you need to describe how dangerous the vulnerability is and show evidence. And my other statement here is that just for vulnerability reporting, it may not be as hard as it sounds. Remember, you're not doing a full pen test. You're finding a specific bug in a specific piece of software, so you can focus specifically on that. And I guarantee you, even if you just try your best and there's still things you don't know, I guarantee you it's going to be more useful than most of the things I've seen in my experience. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so for full transparency, I have not worked directly as a pen tester, security researcher. I have limited experience and it's mostly amateur, but I'm mostly talking about bug bounties and amateur security research like this. So it's up in the air. You have the choice. You can work with the, okay, I'll just answer your question directly. Yes, it is a great idea to work with the software vendors as much as you can to work to fix the bug, because you know the vulnerability, but you might not know the whole code base. So a good thing to do is open a secure channel, and we'll talk about this later, talk to them privately, say, hi, I found this, it seems like a bug, but I'm not sure how to fix it. Could we work together on this? And this is where the industry term coordinated disclosure comes into play. It's built off of responsible disclosure, where instead of just finding a bug and disclosing it publicly, you talk to the vendor first and get it fixed. With coordinated disclosure, you and the vendor are working together back and forth in order to fix this security vulnerability and get it disclosed publicly in a safe way, where you're getting credit and the users are getting a patch. Yeah, that's the last and most important part. You help the security community. The more vendors trust you, the more they're likely to trust other pen testers, which will make it easier for like the community as a whole. It'll make us easier to find and fix bugs and people actually fixing them in general. I'm bird walking right now. Let me, we have a bit more to talk about here. So I want to get into the meat and potatoes. From my experience, and you can probably add some more to the list, but my experience, there are 3 key factors for a good disclosure. First of all, it has to be easy to understand and comprehend. This is simple. If I can't understand your disclosure, then it's not of much use to me. The second, if there aren't a lot of details in disclosure, it's also not of much use for me. If you just tell me the version that is affected and like the line of code you found it in, well, I don't know the context of that code or what kind of payload you sent to it or anything like that, it's not very useful. And third is it precisely defines a reasonable estimate of risk. We'll talk about this later, but risk is, for some company management and executives, risk is the only language they speak. So you got to learn how to speak it. Let's start here. Disclosure should be easy to understand. This is a good example. And by the way, for the rest of this talk, I'm going to be using the GitHub Security Advisory database, mostly because I'm most familiar with it. But this could be substituted in for the NVD and any other vulnerability database. But yeah, for this one, let's just read through it for a second. Can you all see that? So this is a sandbox escape in the Python library restricted Python. Let's just read through the advisory real quick. Python's format functionality allows someone controlling the format string to read all objects accessible through recursive attribute lookup and subscription from objects he can access. Okay, so at the first sentence, it gives a pretty good summary here. The Python has a built-in format function, and apparently this format function has some kind of vulnerability where an attacker can read objects from Python using it. Okay, that's a little bit of information. The risk, this can lead to critical information disclosure. That makes sense if you have sensitive information in your objects. That's nice. Now the second paragraph, we get into the details. With restricted Python, the format functionality is available via the format and the format map function methods of the string class and the Unicode class, and via string.formatter. So these are three different symbols that it's directly defined in the advisory, and it's saying, if you want to see if you're affected by this vulnerability, look for these three symbols in your code. If they're not there, then you're fine. But if they're there, you're going to want to change them with a different kind of format. This is why I like this advisory in particular, because it's easy to understand if you know the, assuming that you know the code base in Python in general, and it tells you directly what the vulnerable functions are. Now, there are still some other information that is missing from the advisory, but there are extra references, so I just wanted to focus on this part right here to say the wording, I believe, is very clear and easy to understand. And I apologize to those of you squinting, it's hard to read. These slides I can post publicly later so you can look at the links directly. So with a good example, I want to show a bad example. This is improper authorization in Apache Shiro. Let's read, just like the last one, let's read the description. Apache Shiro before 1.9.1, a regex request matcher can be misconfigured and bypassed on some servlet containers. Good. We know that this affects regex request matcher, and it's specific to servlet containers in Apache. This next sentence, applications using regex pattern matcher with a period in the regular expression are possibly vulnerable to an authorization bypass. This is a sentence I have a problem with, and I still have trouble understanding. For those of you who don't know, you probably do, a period in a regular expression is essentially a wildcard character. It'll match any character. And if you're trying to use regex to limit user input, this can be unexpected. You might, instead of like limiting it to only a period, you might instead allow any character from an attacker, which could lead to authorization bypass, which makes sense. But the important part here is that the advisory doesn't tell us whether this symbol right here has a period built into the regular expression, or if the user needs to put a period in the regular expression to make it vulnerable. And the reason this is so important is because of the security policy of Apache Shiro. Now, I don't actually know if Apache Shiro has a security policy. By the way, you can always look this up by going to the GitHub page and going to the security tab here. And here, it has a security policy. It has this right here. Sorry, I'm getting off topic. The important thing here is if it's the former, and regex pattern matcher comes built in with a period, then all you can do as a user is upgrade this. All you can do as a user is upgrade Apache. There's nothing else you can do. Like, you're going to be weak to, or you can not use it for authentication. But essentially, you're going to be weak. But if you are the one that have to access the period, then all you have to do is make sure you don't use periods in your regex, or you use regex wisely, and then the scope shifts to implementation. And this is very different, because if you're in a company and you're trying to explain to your CISOs, like, hey, we have this vulnerability here, how do we fix it? do you get all the engineers to try to patch this one package, or do you just get rid of the rejects? This is why making your descriptions clear and easily understandable is so important. Because essentially, since I don't know which is the case, I have to assume that it could be either, and both patch the package and remove periods from all my rejects, which takes a lot of work. So, in summary, make your message clear. Once you have explained the vulnerability, read it back to yourself. Does it make sense? Does it sound right? Could it possibly be misunderstood? Maybe wait a day, read back to yourself, or have someone else read it to someone else. See, because you might have some assumptions in your mind of how the vulnerability works, having spent maybe several days researching it, that someone else wouldn't have. And they may ask you an important question. You say, I forgot to specify that. Let me add that in the description. And also, in general, when writing these advisories, you can assume that the person you're talking to has a decent level of technical experience, especially if you're addressing this to package maintainers. They already know, they're already software engineers. They already know how the package works. So just assume they understand the technology and focus on the specific security piece you're talking about. Yeah, and like, for example, if there's anything you're not sure about that they may not know, you can provide a brief explanation or provide a link to it. Like cross-site scripting, you can easily provide a link and say, if you don't know about this, link it out here, etc. Moving forward, how are we on time? All right, we're good. Disclosures should have all the details. Here's a good example. GeoServer, yes. This is improper control of generation of code in a map algebra language. This is a Java library. This one I really like. GeoServer 2, in some configurations, vague language is also a bad idea in general, but it's fine in this case. I'll show why. In some configurations, allows remote attackers to execute arbitrary code via this specific function in this specific class within an execute request, as exploited in the wild. This is perfect. This gives us this checks the boxes of the last advisory. It tells us exactly which functions are vulnerable. It doesn't have a lot of details, but that's what it goes into in the assessment. GeoTools includes the GIFL language as part of the module. Applications should check whether it's possible to provide the GIFL script from remote, and if so, upgrade or remove. It's giving you instructions on, if you're a user using this, how you can check to see if this is a problem or not. In this example, it shifts the focus to your user input and where your user input is coming from, so you know what kind of user input to filter, and other specific information for specific kinds of users. We have the impact. We have mitigations here, saying if you can't upgrade this, these are the steps that you can take step by step. Stop the GeoServer, open the WAR file, and you have references here. Honestly, looking at this, and also right here, it has a brief explanation of the GIFL library. This is useful for people who aren't familiar with GIFL, like other blue teamers or pen testers. Usually this isn't necessary because they can just click on the GeoServer link to check it out, but it's still very useful. The only thing I can think of them missing here is a proof of concept to test this out. But generally, it's very complete. There's a lot of information here. I'm going to repeat this a few times in the talk. There's no such thing as too much information. People that analyze these are filtering out your information. They might be using AI to summarize it. Don't worry about including too much information. Just throw it all in there. Yeah, okay, now here's a bad one. I think this is where I talk about the, oh no, that's the next one. Okay, so this one, Apache is my favorite thing to talk about here because they never really have much information in their advisories. This is an improper privilege management vulnerability. It says improper privilege management vulnerabilities affect the software. Okay. This issue affects this version. Okay. Oh dear. Did I really leave this in? The reason I bring this up, this advisory might have a little more issue than lack of information. Read this sentence. When the attacker has access to a valid but unprivileged account, the exploit can be executed using Burp Suite by sending a login request and following it with a subsequent HTTP request or using the return cookie. Does anyone know what they're talking about? You can look at the tracker. Yeah, look, I don't expect you to have an answer, is what I'm saying. This took me a while to parse out. They're actually talking about cross-site request forgery. They're talking about stealing a cookie and reforging it and passing it back in. But I had to dig into the vulnerability and research it and do extra work to figure that out. But the issue here is that this just isn't a good explanation. If they had said instead the improper privilege management is due to a cross-site request forgery vulnerability, here's a link to what that is. I can reproduce it using Burp Suite. Here are some links. Here are some screenshots. That would have been useful. But there just wasn't enough information here. So it's pretty much useless. Okay, and yeah, I'm going to briefly bring this up. Not having a lot of information, like there's a trade-off here. Apache is very common for not giving a lot of information. This just says improper authentication vulnerability. This is because Apache just expects you to, there's a vulnerability, package it, and for other reasons. Certain organizations have certain policies. Of course, in enterprise software, you might not want to publicly disclose a vulnerability, or you might want to publicly disclose a vulnerability but not give very much information because, say, you're Microsoft. Say, any information you put out is going to be used by bots to hammer everyone on the internet. You don't want to put that much information out there. So this is just me mentioning, like, depending on who you disclose the vulnerability to, you may be limited in how much information you can give, unfortunately. Yeah, lesson 2, details, details, details. Include what the vulnerability means for the user. Can they read users' data? Can they break into your system and change stuff? Can they have denial of service? Exclude where you found it, how you exploited it. Include specific symbols and functions and lines of code. If you know of any fixes or mitigations or workarounds users can use, include those. You can even include your research projects. You can include a working POC or a blog post. The vulnerabilities I see that have a blog post are my favorite because I read through them and it tells it a story. And what's so great about having a blog post about your vulnerability is you can put it on your resume and you can talk about it to potential employers. And then it doesn't matter you have a CV so much because you can say, like, hey, here's a project I can talk about in detail, and they ask, oh, but did it go anywhere? It's like, no, they decided it wasn't a problem. But they still see that you did the research and you know what you're doing. Bonus points for adding a CWE ID. It's common weakness enumeration. It's for easy classification. It's just a helpful thing. But main takeaway, there's no such thing as too much information. Put everything you know on there. Finally, disclosure should accurately define risk. This is where I talk about the language that a lot of companies take when talking about security. I mentioned CVSS scores. They generally show how bad it is if a threat actor would to exploit this vulnerability. I have a link to the actual definition of CVSS scores. They are a rough, they try to boil down the risk and impact to a small score, but it's very old, and even I believe it was NIST that developed it, or MITRE. Either way, one of those two organizations explicitly state it's not an accurate measure of risk on their website. Now, this is counterintuitive to how it's actually used in the industries. Businesses make whole trajectory decisions based on these scores. Most businesses, in most vulnerability management programs, won't even look at medium or low vulnerabilities because they're too busy looking at high-end criticals. But that automatically puts more emphasis on anything labeled high or critical because low and medium isn't even looked at. This is an important conversation to have because there have been a lot of problems with CVSS in the past and inaccurate risk assessments made. And I'll give you an example here. Here's where CVSS kind of works well enough. At the very top here, sorry, it's hard to see. I wonder if I can zoom in. No, I'll just read it off. At the top is a low severity vulnerability in MindSpore. It's vulnerable to memory corruption. Memory corruption it's not serious. The most that an attacker do is fill up your computer with junk memory and maybe make it crash. It's low severity because it doesn't mean much and the attacker can't do very much with it. Second one, moderate severity, Piccolo's base user login implementation, vulnerable to time-based user enumeration. This is moderate because an attacker can find information on the users, the user data, but it can't find anything else. There's no disclosure of passwords, personal information, such like that. The impact is low. The difficulty to execute may be very low. It may be very easy to throw this out, but the impact is the key point here. For the high severity, remote code execution and custom integration upload. For reference, a vulnerability like remote code execution, that's like one of the worst, if not the worst, out there. If you see that, you should run. You should shut down your systems and patch them like immediately. But this is high severity. It's not critical severity. And that is because this vulnerability is actually very hard to pull off. An exploit is very hard to pull off. And the difficulty of that will deter attackers, which may give you more time or more resources to defend against it. That's why it's high and not critical. So context is very important here. I imagine you might have talked to some of the vendors outside about context. And then last one, last one's really funny, the critical vulnerability. This is Casa OS Gateway. By the way, I love Casa OS, I use it. It is so vulnerable, it has so many CVEs. It's vulnerable to incorrect identification of IP addresses. This is where it was using IP addresses to determine logins without a password, except instead of using the specific IP address for an admin user, it just used every IP address and logged them in as an admin user. I haven't seen a vulnerability worse than that. It's like you can't not exploit this. It's impossible. Okay, moving on, I don't have much time. This is an example where it doesn't work. And this is very important. Infinite loop and pigments. Pigments is a syntax highlighter in Python. This is the description. An infinite loop in the SML lexer in pigments may lead to denial of service when performing syntax highlighting of a standard ML source code. Standard ML is a language family. Now, let's think about the impact here. What could you do, what could you reasonably do to a user of a syntax highlighter if the impact is denial of service? Like, when I was reading this, I was imagining, okay, I'll use pigments in VS Code to highlight syntax in my tree, and if someone tries to exploit me, I'll just hit Control-C and try again. Like, it's not that big of a deal. The only way this would be a big deal is if it was in like code management system, like Jenkins or something. But in the other thing here, who here develops in a standard ML language like OCaml? Anyone? Right, exactly. Very uncommon. A very uncommon language, which means the risk should be very low. But this is high severity because I don't know. I don't know why it's high severity. It should not be high severity. This should be low severity. Yeah. And this is, I can show you more examples, but I don't have much time. There's resources in the references, thank you. So third question, how scared should the user really be? First of all, do not trust the CVSS score. Use your own judgment. Think about you as a motivated attacker. What could you reasonably do with this vulnerability? Take as many things into account as you can. Like, take into account the weather. Take into account the size of the organization that you might be attacking. Take into account the experience of the site reliability engineers or something like that. Like, okay, maybe you don't have to go that far. Just use your best judgment. Boil it down to a risk score. And remember, like, the ultimate goal of this is that executives, managers, they're going to be using this to see how many resources should be applied into fixing your vulnerability. So you have to be accurate. If you give it too high a risk score, then in attempts to try to get them to fix it, they may ask you more questions. If you give too low of a risk score, then they may not worry about it altogether. So basically just my best advice is be truthful, honestly. Okay, I don't have much time left, so let me just give you one of the main motivations for this talk. Because one big takeaway I want to give from this is that CVEs are a little bit of a mess. The National Vulnerability Database has a huge backlog of so many people submitting vulnerabilities, and there have been open letters to it to try to fix that, allocate more resources to the NVD, have more quality control, because we have seen a lot of really, really bad vulnerabilities, bad as in vulnerabilities that aren't actually vulnerabilities. Bad disclosures slip through the cracks. Here's the example. DVWA was discovered to contain SQL injection. You know. What does DVWA stand for? Damn vulnerable web application. It's supposed to be vulnerable. This should never have crossed the line of NVD. This should never have a CVE. It was revoked on pushback, but this just shows, like, okay, is anyone even checking this? And there's so many other examples here. Oh, yes. This researcher didn't submit one vulnerability for a purposely vulnerable web application. They submitted two. This is the other one. And they were both accepted. Okay, disclosure should disclose actual vulns. There's one in static eval. It was declared not a vulnerability by the maintainer due to the security policy. Read the security policy. Postgres, they put out a blog post about how this is not a security vulnerability. There's another one in KeyPass XC about this is a password manager. It's not a vulnerability. This is the secret lesson. Believe in yourself. If you want to mislead CNAs by submitting technically vulnerable CVEs, knock yourself out. Like, I can't stop you, honestly. But just because you've submitted a CVE, or just because something has a CVE does not mean it's important. Unfortunately, that is the case. I wish it wasn't, but realistically, your value as a researcher comes from your ability to find vulnerabilities. It's not if you eventually get it fixed and eventually get a CVE for it, it's were you actually able to understand this program and exploit it? That's all that matters. So, yeah, I don't know how much time I have left. I think I'm just going to show something real quick. Okay, thanks. For developers, I'm going to have a tip for developers and security researchers. So for developers, if you have a GitHub project and you want people to submit security advisories for it, like maybe you have a couple users and you want to get help from the community, here's all you have to do. Go to your project here. This is my personal website. Go to the security tab and click set up a security policy. And the security policy should basically say, like, when is your software vulnerable? If you're running something that is wrapping shell commands, then you should put distinctly in the security policy, command injection is not a vulnerability. Like, the assumption is that users are running their own commands in there. Put that explicitly, or else you're going to get a bunch of bad advisories. You might anyway, I hope you don't. But yes, it's basically like that. And for security researchers, if you found a vulnerability, say in PyCryptodome, and you want to tell the maintainers about it, but you don't want to post a public issue because it's a vulnerability, you can check to see if they have set up their own security policy. And even if they don't have a security policy, you can still report a vulnerability on this page with all of your details. And we have a report submitter right here. Set your CWE, give your summary, remember the tips from before, make it easy to understand, make it as detailed as possible, and try to convince these maintainers to take time out of the day to fix this vulnerability, because that's ultimately what the goal is. Yeah, this is functionally how to do it. The security tab in GitHub, or the start from this. Okay, what? Going back, and just, I'm sorry. Okay, main takeaways. First and foremost, make your vulnerability descriptions easy to understand, as we talked about before. Make your vulnerability descriptions as detailed as possible. There's no such thing as too much information. Think about how you would rate the vulnerability: high, low, medium, high, or critical. You found the vulnerability. You know all the context. You can get some input from the developers of the project. That'll be very useful. But ultimately, don't worry about any, use your own judgment. And finally, don't sell yourself short. I think I had an inspirational quote here. Let me see here. Yes. The standard for security researchers is not a 10-year experienced savant at Google Project Zero. It is an aspiring college grad running a pen tester bot and submitting ChatGPT-generated HackerOne bounties. Okay, you'll be fine. So please, get out there, find some bugs. Thank you. Yes?
So I'm not even in security. I do a lot of infrastructure stuff, and I've tried going on to HackerOne and just like looking around and seeing what it looks like. And one of the things that stands out a lot is scope. And scope is something that for whatever reason terrifies me because I'm worried about straying too far off the beaten path of what has been defined as what the target should or should not be. If I were to accidentally go off the beaten path and get into something that I shouldn't have or something that I didn't mean to before I read the rest of the paragraph that I probably should have read in the first place, what other types of information should I include because I still want to have a responsible disclosure, even knowing that maybe I don't qualify for the bounty as a result of that extra effort on my part? Like, is there any useful information that I might include that would still make that relevant to your report consumer?
Yeah, so I'm going to rephrase it for the microphone. Are you asking what kind of, when looking at the scope of a vulnerability, if you're worried about them, like, if you're worried about them flagging your vulnerability as out of scope, what information can you give them to try to, like, show that it's valuable to them?
Yeah, like I don't want to accidentally trigger some, CISO's alarm in the middle of the night and then not be able to speak to it, or like wake up as like a security team somewhere when I'm setting off a bunch of YARA rules by accident, but I still maybe find something that I want to report. Like, is there some kind of extra context that I could or should include that maybe wouldn't necessarily fit into the cylinder of a good report?
Yeah, okay, so
Maybe like an apology letter.
yes, an apology letter. So ultimately, like, if you know who to talk to, if you have a secure line of communication, then you don't have to reach out about a vulnerability. You can reach out about anything. If a HackerOne report might not be the best, but I've seen people release reports on HackerOne, and the vendors come back and ask questions. They say, "What's the scope of this? Can I get clarification on this? We have this product, and we can do it in this timeline, but would that undermine the security?" So I wouldn't be afraid of just opening whatever line of communication you can, and if it's not a vulnerability, just state it like it is and say, "Hey, I don't think this is a vulnerability necessarily, but I still think this is an issue. Can we talk about it?" Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yes?
Do you think that the issue with CVSS scores is similar to how like users submit their own reports and they might not include all the information, but maybe they want to act like they had a more important vulnerability than they did. And I know that process of filling out the CVSS, it's almost like a form that gets translated into an equation. Do you think that they're kind of setting it higher, or it's kind of the user's fault that it's not accurate, or do you think it's just the equation itself isn't good enough and doesn't tell the whole story?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you're asking, is it the way users use CVSS that is misleading, or is it the CVSS score itself? I will say, I've never seen an incorrect CVSS score that is a higher severity than it was flagged as. Now I'm biased because I really mostly look at high-end criticals, but it seems to be the case that I wouldn't be surprised if humans are biased towards high criticalities, but I have no data on that. It just seems to make more sense. Ultimately, I wouldn't blame CVSS for much because the algorithm is very simple. It takes into account scope, impact. Oh, geez, they don't have it right here. Wait, yes. And there's multiple versions, but they take into account how easily it is to exploit, the impact, environmental scores. What I usually see is there's certain things that are really common to flag, like like network. Where is it? Where is it? Exploitability network. This is a very common one. Setting exploitability to network will automatically up the score, even though pretty much all your vulnerabilities are going to have network exploitability. Yes. Yeah, so to rephrase your question, are there any tools I know that could that could give a risk score better like that? No.
Yeah, more specific risk score to give
Yeah.
understanding your application.
To understand it.
What other libraries are being used.
Okay, I don't know, unfortunately. I mean, I know some proprietary solutions out there that can do that for you, but I'm not sure of any open source ones. Yeah, mostly in open source. Use your own discretion. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to add a comment was that this reachability is more important than that CVSS score, like the vulnerability management, right?
Yeah.
How likely is going to reach my code? Now, for your question, I did attend the OWASP LA talk, and the presenter talked about some tools, open source software tools, but I don't remember which ones. So I don't know how to get that information to you, but there are some tools, may not be easy, but that's what I'm saying. I don't really like that score because you
Yeah.
can't. Then there's no management saying, well, look at the score you have to mitigate.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And my thing is it even reachable? I'm not going to spend my time on something that's not even going to reach my code, right? So that's
Yeah.
what my frustration is. The vulnerability management is not easy because we can't really rely on that score. I don't want money to go, I'm not saying waste, but we can't fix it.
Yeah.
CVSS score will take that into consideration.
It will.
It lets you know if it's exposed or not. Although
Yeah.
the score is garbage.
Yeah.
We love trying something, but I'm just saying we can't fix everything. Let's just put it this way. So we need to have priority. But I just don't think it really, it gives you something, but
Yeah. Yeah, it's a spicy topic. To rephrase what you said, yes, you may be able to bypass CVSS scores entirely by showing that a vulnerability just isn't important because it's not reachable or it's not exploitable. I recommend that. Yes.
First thing first, thanks for the talk. I think CV assignment or let's say the vulnerability explosion process is not well regulated because so far I have discovered and reported over 30 CVs/zero-day vulnerabilities across different vendors, Dell, SAP, Dole, Managed Engine, Siemens, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember some vendors gave me really, really bad times, especially when it comes to leading or communicating with the CV authorities to assign your name under this CV. That's why, I mean, I just stopped going through with the vendors, but I'm going through with the directly MVD for most of the CVs.
Yeah.
But this approach doesn't seem to be the best or the most proper one, but because I am sharing the zero-day information with someone or someone else, but someone else at first, but not with the exact product owner for the case. I mean,
Yeah.
what do you think about this process? I mean,
Thank you for bringing that up because going through this process, it was kind of like more critical on the security researchers because there's a critical part of the vendors in that the vendors have a responsibility to get back to you too. If you report a vulnerability, they need to get back to you in a timely manner to fix it. I have submitted vulnerabilities too that no one responds to. Maybe there's only one maintainer on the GitHub repository. It's like, no, that if you wait, I think the typical wait time is around 90 days. And then at that point, if they haven't gotten back to you, just publish it publicly and there's nothing else you can do. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. I believe I'm out of time, but sorry.
I was planning to ask one more, but if you are run out of time, so we can chat later on.
Of course, yes, I'm available afterwards. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hello, test, test. Cool. All right, y'all. Welcome. Normally I introduce the speaker, but here I am. Last talk. Yay, SunSecCon. Let's go. I'm the only one keeping you from happy hour. Well, I'm keeping myself from happy hour, so here we are. I'll try to make it quick. Title of my talk, that one time the threat actor sent me his token. So I scratched out threat actor because I felt like this was like an upgrade, a compliment to these folks sending me these tokens. So, I wanted to change the title, but then I had to go through CAP, advisory, scratched it off, that went under. Yes, so here we are. Give you a little bit of agenda, who I am, a little bit of background. I'll set the stage on how this works and how this happened and how I encountered this. And then, I'll explain once upon a time a JIRA ticket, how that happened, and this came to light. And then once I was identified by this JIRA ticket, how I hunted across all telemetry. Then I'll wrap it up, and if we have questions, which I think we do, we will. This is a story about the trenches, so it'll be quite short. I'll open it up for some questions. So, who am I? Andy Garone, I'm a security researcher at Datadog, as you can see. Previously, I worked at Hulu. I did IR and CTI at Hulu in the streaming services, and then previously I also did network threat research at Arista Networks. I used to teach at a college in California, in Orange County. Taught IR, don't do that anymore, it's a lot of time. And then I love all types of malware, so don't discriminate. Really into the Rust, and everybody's writing that right now. If you want to connect with me, I'm on LinkedIn, and I also play this character in Blue Sky, Pip Zero, so please connect there. Used to be in Twitter and X, but you know how that goes. So, yes. A bit of background on how this all started and what we do, what I do and my team does at Datadog. So, again, threat researcher, we focus on a lot of things. We, as researchers, threat researchers in Datadog, we sit in the lines of like incident responders. This is like our bread and butter, but also currently we are sort of CTI analysts, but we kind of merge that and then we work with the product, so sort of improve its capabilities and things. So we do a lot of rule ideation. So I work with detection engineers. I submit them some intelligence briefings and reports on how they should ideate and detect these new novel or obscure techniques that these threat actors are using for exploitation. We do community advisory, so we publish everything in security labs. So this is Datadog's sort of advisory board. My only team is not the only one that publishes there. A bunch of teams publishes there, advocacy, a lot of research. So just look out, that is a great place to keep in touch with all types of research Datadog does. And we do advise on product improvements sometimes, product managers. They got their own ideas and roadmaps. And intelligence collections, so this bullet is in bold, and as well as telemetry hunting. This is what this talk is mostly about. And then we handle emerging vulnerabilities. So just as Max, the talk before, was explaining, a new CVE comes out, it has a logo, a website, full marketing behind it. My team gets dragged into that. We have to either analyze a POC, create a POC, ideate on the detection, let product know they need to improve the capabilities to be able to detect, etc. But that's when we handle that, emerging vulnerabilities. So, quick background, setting the stage. So, we run a lot of intelligence collections, and this is like, we do this as honeypots at scale. My team deploys a cluster of honeypots all across multiple regions, multiple providers. We don't discriminate on where it is or anything, or the type of stack either. And then we try to collect all this intelligence to see what the threat actors are doing in different regions, and we try to crunch that data to see what's happening. Us being Datadog and us here being at SCaLE, it's all IAC, Terraform, Ansible, CI/CD. Sometimes we have to glue things together. Terraform's not in all cloud providers, and we want to be pretty much everywhere to understand what threat actors are targeting and who, specific regions too. So yeah, all IIC, it's a cluster of honeypots deployed around pretty much anywhere the internet reaches. So shameless plug here, this is a low interaction honeypot developed by one of my colleagues. It's hash, HTTP agnostic software honeypot. It's meant to be like a low interaction honeypot and modified with YAML files. So you could declare any endpoint, any URI, any route with a YAML file, have it return any status code, pretty much any image, any HTML. But it's just the ease of adding, editing YAML. It's low interaction, so it's meant to be initial access, so you won't see any post-exploitation, no second stage, command and control, things like that. But it's a great way to start. You'll see who's scanning what, and sometimes the payloads are inline, and headers and things like that. We deploy this all the time. Emerging vulnerability happens. We may make this to be a VPN. We may make this to be Fortinet. We may make this to be anything. And then we just deploy it in the wild and see who's scanning, what their payloads are. And then, we dissect and analyze malware if we need to. So with that, we also have medium interaction honeypots and high interaction. So I developed this sort of medium interaction honeypot called DockerPot, not to be confused with a DockerPot published. This is unfortunately now open source. It's still internal. The code's a mess. I've yet to figure it out. I've yet to fix it to publish it. It's in my backlog, but so it's like 1,000 things. So yes, Docker Pod, it's an emulation of the Docker, an exposed Docker daemon. So it really is a Flask application, and I developed and I wrote all the routes for it for the most common Docker commands. So if you happen to run Docker info somewhere, or Docker, like locally, Docker info, Docker create, etc., you're actually doing like internal local requests, like HTTP GET requests, and you're just hitting a specific route, and then it's returning back some JSON, and then your Docker client is rendering that JSON for you, and then it's showing it to you in a terminal, all pretty, all tables, or in my case, or the case nobody should be using, it's Docker Desktop, it'll show it to you rendered. Very nice, but it's all JSON responses. So in the scenario that somebody weirdly decides to expose the daemon, we're talking about just a website, a web app right now. So yes, it's an emulation. There's a database behind it, so if you do Docker create image or Docker pull, it will definitely pretend like it's pulling an image, store it in the DB. If you do Docker ls, it will show the image is there. So the threat actor is like, oh wow, this is a real instance, but it's just, I'm just generating some random word in the back, sticking it in the database, and then when you do Docker info, Docker ls, I'm just putting that information out. Just simple web app. So as I was developing this locally, I got a Jira ticket opened on my name by the vulnerability team, which was very nerve-wracking. As a security practitioner, I was definitely panicking. So hello, Vuln 3728. So Datadog has this software integrity and trust team, way smarter than me. Developers that do an amazing job. And obviously they use this open source tool, Truffle Hog by Truffle Security. Great tool. If anybody wants to scan secrets, please deploy this into your environment. So, so this team uses this tool to scan our internal repos to see if there's any secrets that have been committed. So yeah, Vuln 3728 came in under my name, and it's like, exposure of Docker Hub secrets in GitHub. Like, nah, that's not me. Like, I'm a practitioner. I know how to handle secrets. I know I'd never committed these secrets. Like, no way. So looking closely, and we can't really see, but as I was developing this in my internal repo, I pushed the logs, obviously. I wanted to make sure what was going on. This is yet to be disclosed or anything, like published. But these are my developer logs. When I was testing the routes, you know, like Docker info, make sure the data returned was accurate, things like that. And then, so I started freaking out a little bit, like, hey, these are actually my logs. Like, what is my Docker token doing there? So doing research, I opened the logs, and I'm like, oh, man, it really is my token. Like, I pushed this. How did it end up in Docker pod logs? Completely stoned right now. I'm like freaking out at this moment, doing complete IR in my box, like freaking out. I'm scared to tell my manager. There's like this vulnerability ticket open under my name. Like, I don't know how it happened. Like, I promise I haven't exposed this. It's been in my laptop. So yes, I don't know who keeps asking for these features, but here we are. Automatic credential injection. That's like what I called it, but it's a feature. Let's just say the least. So if you happen to be, well, I understand the CLI portion. If you happen to be authenticated to the Docker desktop locally, obviously, and you, let's say, run any Docker command, your local request or your Docker commands will be authenticated with your token. So either you have the option of creating an application token, or you had the or Docker itself will append your username and your password to Docker Hub and send that token locally. Okay, fair. But what if I don't have, like, what if, like, for some reason, I'm trying to run commands on external instance of Docker. So now, with the CLI, okay, I purposely did that. I went to the config and I created my application password there, or I put my Docker Hub password there. But with Docker Desktop, like, this was the main problem. I was using Docker Desktop. So yes, so by if I run Docker H, pointing it to an external host, create image, info, ls, etc., and I am authenticated to Docker desktop, my Docker token will be sent to the external Docker daemon. And this is for a feature request, somebody put in, that if I want to pull a private image from a repo, etc., it will be authenticated, and I get to authenticate, and now I pull that image from the private repo. So, okay. And then, again, we're sending the X registry auth header. So, okay, this is what happened. So, what is this token? Like, what I should have just RTFM, obviously. So, again, what I just explained, you have the option of creating an application token, which is, you can authenticate to Docker Hub. It's just meant for the application. That this could be do for automation, for Docker desktop, Docker CLI, etc. And then if you don't do that, Docker takes the opportunity and appends your username and your password and sends that as well. So this is what this token is. So I read this and I was like, okay, this makes sense. I don't know who asked for this again, but again, I blame myself. I shouldn't have been using Docker desktop. So, but as soon as this happened, obviously myself being a practitioner, breaker of all things, like a light bulb went into my head. I was like, I wonder how many threat actors don't know they're authenticated and they're sending me their tokens. Like, whoa, cannot wait. So obviously we have a lot of honeypots deployed in the wild everywhere. So decided to hunt for this X registry auth header, see who has been sending me this token. And as you can see, it's very blurry, but I had around, in total, and this is as of like early this week, 141 unique users sending me their registry auth token for Docker Hub. So, meaning if I really wanted to go and decode all those tokens and found out those tokens that don't create an application password, that means I have your username and your password to Docker Hub. At the very least, if you did create an application password, I have your username. Like I mentioned, I'm sitting between IR and CTI. I'm going to take that username and just go down full rabbit hole. I'm sure I could attribute it. And if I do get your password, I hope you're not using a password manager. I know that password's unique. I will take it down and go to the rabbit hole. So, show you what I did. So, decided to do some analysis here. Started to group by them. I was like, okay, let me do some grouping, some live statistics. See how many people are sending me how many tokens and seeing what's going on. So obviously I blurred the tokens out, don't want to get Datadog and anybody in trouble. These are all tokens. As we could see, we have a number of it's grouped by, so I'm grouping the token. So I have, like, the person that sent me the most tokens is 31 tokens, and we have 6, 4, 4, 4, and so on. And some folks just send me one. Again, now, this could easily be that a victim's computer or victim's box is compromised, and then it's being used as a pivot point and they are authenticated to Docker Hub, and from there, they're scanning my honeypots. So, hence why we're sort of blocking the tokens. I don't have full attribution for everyone, but for the ones I do, we'll definitely talk about. So I'm going to take the first one, the 31, because you definitely been scanning me. I want to know who you are. So I did a little bit more grouping. Datadog, we're SIM, logs, whatever we want to call it. So I group the token per IP address. So how many IP addresses have been scanning me with this specific token? So I see this and I'm just like, 31 times, multiple IP addresses, you're scanning me at scale. You definitely got a botnet going on, or at the very least, you got a lame script scanning me, but you are. And for the analysis, you could look at, I don't know if you could see the IP addresses, but the subnets match. This is one person. So either he was too lazy to even switch regions from wherever he's at, and he just literally deployed another box, like right after he deployed another one. And then maybe later on we see a 5997, 5996, then 11729. Okay, maybe over here he switched providers. All right, fine. And then, or he might have switched regions. But okay, he's trying a little bit. I give him that. Trying to be evasive. Cool guy. So yes, I see them. So one token, multiple IP addresses, all belonging to the network. One subnet, or relatively very close. I could assume. Definitely. No hard attribution. Definitely no high confidence yet. So yeah, perhaps a botnet, perhaps not. So what do I do? What's in this base 64 anyway? So again, like I mentioned, it's just base 64. I pipe it in the command line, see what's going on. And hello, Raven 1. Like, I see you. I got you for sure. Luckily for him, unfortunately for me, he created an application password. So his scanning instance, etc., CLI, Docker Desktop, had an application password. So it wasn't that he did not create one and this is his Docker Hub password. Luckily, he was smart enough to do that. Perhaps he's a very good developer. But I still have his username. Means I could go hub.docker/u/raven1. Hello, sir. This is you for sure. I see you trying to scan my honeypots and you're sending me your token and you're authenticated here. So, all right, he has one image that is published. Cool. Let's rip this apart. Let's see what's going on. Perhaps he committed some secrets here as well. So just looking at the image here, never heard of this. It's Vaza, okay. But looking at the layers, inspecting here, nothing really catches my eye. We're setting up infrastructure here. I do see this like, I'm setting up this command, the last command of this long string. And then obviously us practitioners, we dealt with cryptocurrency before. And as much as we would love to catch state-sponsored and highly sophisticated threat actors, this is why I scratched this off. It's not really a threat actor. I'm familiar with the type of data we get. We get a lot of mining, opportunistic folks who try to make a buck. So they're mining, they're creating an image, and they're provision XMR, or they're provisioning their own cryptocurrency, whatever it is, and then they're using my honeypot or instance, wherever they find, to mine Monero or mine a cryptocurrency. So as soon as I saw this string, it's like, oh, okay, you have a miner that is published here. Let's go check if this blockchain is published. So again, security researchers at Datadog, we come from IR, we still have PTSD from those days. And then, but we sit in the middle of CTI and IR, so it's like, okay, let's go down the rabbit hole here. So I take this sort of address, and I'm just like, oh, it's called a chia. I've never heard of this token. I mean, there's so many altcoins, sorry about that. Altcoins, alternative coins, so many alternative coins now that not aware. So I was like, oh, let's look it up. And then, I look it up and it's like, I'm sorry, saddest miner ever. You only collected $4 so far, but perhaps he's getting started. No judging here, everybody, support the hustle, I guess. So, yes, so case study number 1, went down the rabbit hole, and definitely found them. This is high confidence. You were definitely scanning me. I know when you submitted your token, I know the command you appended to my honeypot, you were trying to spin up a honeypot, cryptocurrency miner. Went to your profile, you also have a cryptocurrency published image. So, yeah, for sure this is you. Scenario number 2. Just going down the rabbit hole here, I picked the last one, Let's see who you are. Hopefully I find a password here. So, again, not high confidence here. So I give the user the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps he got popped. Perhaps his box is a pivot point to be able to be scanned. I mean, got to think both sides of the house. So blurring out the names just because medium low confidence here. But something to note here is that this user did not create a application password. So Docker did this feature, again, that appended his username to the password. And Lover's 77DB, that's not a password, randomly password generated. Interesting. Again, so I pivot to his, so with this password, obviously, we could utilize it for various things. I have his username and his password for Docker Hub. I'll leave you guys with that. But again, the ends don't justify the means here. So we're practitioners, and we try to stay ethical. So, but we do have these tools. I have various tools exposed to my in my sort of jump box, etc. We have this tool called SpyCloud. Weird business logic, but kind of cool. So what the SpyCloud does is they purchase all the stealer logs and all exposed credentials in the internet from every stealer possible. And then this tool is meant to be sold to research teams, malware analysts, CTI teams, to be able to perform sort of attribution and go down the TI rabbit hole and things like that. So I was just about to disclose the username. Don't want to take his username and search it. It's very, very broad. So, okay, but Lover77DB, very, very smoking gun right there. So I do a little bit of, sort of fuzzing here, there, and then I fuzz the password to be able to search my DBs, and sure, of course, you'd be surprised how many threat actors have been compromised by all the stealers. It's like there's no respect in this area. So yes, I find this person, I find his username. Of course, there's like a little change in the password. Maybe it doesn't go from Lovers DB exclamation. Maybe it's Lovers 78 DB exclamation. Of course, we all do this as humans. Before I got into security, my password was, my brother's name, and I might have changed his name from exclamation to lower, used the 0 instead of an O. Not anymore though, obviously. But yes, so going ahead, I pivot from him, pivot from his username, collect his tokens, decode his tokens, get his password, fuzz it a little bit, submit it to our tool, get all the passwords that have sort of relatively resemblance to this, look for something that it's definitely familiar, and it's like I end up with this email address that it's blurred out because I have medium confidence here. Don't really want to expose this person. But yes, I go ahead and I follow up, and it's like, yes, you scanned me from this area. I see your IP, you're scanning me, and the command you attached to the create image was very well developed. So, Mr. DevOps engineer, this could be you. But again, medium interaction. So nothing crazy here. Medium confidence, nothing crazy here. So this is just another example of like how all these opportunistic folks are just trying to make a buck and perhaps even learning. We practitioners, I might have done some gray area stuff as well when I was learning. And we've seen the news, all these rock stars later on wrote some malware 10 years ago and then they get caught, well, that's what it is. But again, here it is. So just want to wrap up, give you guys some perspective on how threat actors are doing, and, and please don't use Docker desktop. Like, that was just my problem. But with wrapping up for my hunting, I do want to sort of note something here. Boundaries. So, I have these folks' credentials. I have these folks' users. I have these like usernames. So like I mentioned, we can cross over from passive to active. If not, we're just like everyone else who we talk about and who we try to defend and who we hate and who we get paged about. So yes, there's no such thing as active intrusion. That's bullshit. It's, unfortunately, we lose the battle. We can't hack back. It's just the ends will not justify the means. So this is something I want to leave you with. Of course, all these credentials, obviously all truncated, all defanged. Some of them are straight up credentials, not all application passwords. But just want to give you guys know that we will lose, and it's not fair. But it is what it is. This is where we're at. And we just can't set the new norm of go pop the threat actor. That's just going the wrong way. But we do also do industry collaboration. We do what we can. I work with the Docker team, Docker security team. I ping them. I'm like, hey, we have a shared instance. I'm like, hey, folks, well, a bunch of your users are potentially violating your terms of service. They're executing code in an instance that does not belong to them. All I could do is report to you guys and obviously protect Datadog's customers. All this intel has been disseminated and it's all being enriched to Datadog K9 customers. That's what Datadog security products provide. But yeah, like I said, whether Docker did something or not, they didn't, but that's another story for another day. But yes, all I could do is report them, collaborate with the industry, and let them know. And I wanted to know something that this research or this instance, this feature, has been previously researched by Trent Michael in the notorious Team TNT. This is a TA we actively track as well. This is back in the day when he first appeared. It was the first notably known threat actor targeting microservices or who was knowledgeable enough of like the cloud and stuff like that. So just want to know that he has been caught, not in the real world, but he has been caught sending tokens to Trent Michael's honeypots. We know his identity, we submitted it. He does commit other mistakes, but like earlier talk by Andrew, it's like when you're in this like Eastern Europe or I wouldn't even say that. It's just when you're not in the States or in the Five Eyes, it's like when you get to receive a cease and desist, it's like, cool, some Americans caught me, dope. I'll continue exploiting. So with that said, I'll leave it up for some questions, and if not, it's been a great conference, and yeah, thank you. Sure.
Well, you say you don't discriminate malware. This one's kind of a one-off fileless malware.
Memory? Yeah. I mean, I read this quote by this like science instructor once or somebody. It's like, malware can hide, but it always has to run. So at one point, something loaded that. But yes, I'll dump the memory. Let's look at that. That's my favorite. Because at that point, what are you going to do? Encrypt? I'll pull that key. So, yeah. But in the terms of I don't discriminate, it's like everything, the whole world is reading on C++, but now we have Go, we have Rust, all these cool things. So I love looking at those. Like it takes me out of my like comfort zone. I'm just like, what are these SysCalls? Like, what's happening here? So love all that new sort of language and stuff. And I don't develop Rust. I don't develop Go. I barely write Python. It's just, but it gets by. So I'm a researcher. I'm a POCer. I write code and make it work. Cool. All right, y'all. It's been a great conference. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to do the closing ceremony. And if you're a CTF player, you might want to stay for this because there's prizes. So, yeah. So, hey, Martin, can you call Max, please? Thank you.
What's going on? Andy.
Andy.
A pleasure, yeah.
I was talking to Marco, telling him that I'm not even in industry.
Oh, well.
I'm a lumber salesman, but
Yeah,
trying to
no.
get in. So.
Yeah, I mean, are you from the area?
I'm from Long Beach, SoCal.
Okay, okay.
I know you guys are up in the Bay Area, right?
I'm not. I'm in Santa Monica.
Oh, Santa Monica.
Yes, but, you know, I know Marco for a while, and I'm part of the sister organization, Hack Miami. So yeah.
I'm part of a local one, Fullerton one. It's
Yeah,
23B.
okay. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, let's connect here, and then like Marco mentioned, he's trying to bring the meetups here, and then
Yeah, I was talking to a lady in the front too. I gave
yeah,
her the.
Jen, yeah. So it seems like it's nice to have fun, to like everybody's interested. So let's get something going. We get beers, get a coffee, and just talk. I don't know how to fucking do this.
That's good. I could give you
Oh,
my.
here.
Oh,
Thank you.
scan right here. Scan. I had it right now.
I think you go here. I don't know.
There you go. There you go.
Scan. Yeah. Yeah, man. Let me know and we can connect, etc.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure. Any questions? I'll be outside, and then if you're staying for a closing ceremony.
All right, we're going to start the closing ceremony now. So please have a seat. Thank you. All right. Only people left. Okay. So. All right. You're still here? They're probably. You must be present to win, right? So. All right. All right, guys. For the ones who stay, thank you so much. So it's been a great conference, and we were really thankful for you guys being here. So we're going to do the CTF prizes now. Let's see, where is my window here? Okay, so we got a lot of players, actually. I was surprised for how many players were here. So I have to read this from here. So Team 23, who's Team 23? No? Okay. Well, they must be present to win, so. And then. No, today's SunSecCon, that's it. Oh, gotcha. So tomorrow it's the same CTF, but from 12 to 3. Here you go. All right. So who's Dino Noggies? Okay. So since how about this? Since we only have a few people, I just want to shout out to the vendor who provided the prices. Oops, where's my window here? Heller for stepping up and providing this in last minute the prices for the CTF, which is this nice Yeti cooler. So thank you so much for this, and I'll put it up here. And so apparently, well, they didn't got the memo, and a lot of people left, so it's not really longer a closing ceremony. But for the people who stay, I just want to say thank you so much for your support and being here. And we still have last-minute merch sales. And what's next for Pacific Hackers is, Hack the Bay on April 28th. We are going to have an Arizona conference in sometime in May or early June. And then Pacific Hackers Conference on November 1st. And soon also we're going to start doing the meetups in South Cal and in the Phoenix area, okay? So once again, thank you so much for our sponsors. We couldn't do it without them, and I don't know, it's actually showing here, for the support. And all I have to say is, for the ones who sticked out, thank you so much for your help. This was a success because of you, and we couldn't do it without you. So again, first time here, we don't know we're coming back. We are, hopefully, SCaLE likes what they saw. And we'll come back next year. If not, you'll hear from us soon. So sign up to our meetups, follow our social media, and thank you guys so much for coming up today, and safe drive wherever you go, and enjoy the rest of the SCaLE conference. Thank you.
battery swap? Yep.